If you could please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag,
States of America,
to the republic,
stands one nation.
justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated. Good evening, everyone. I want to welcome you to the December 13th, 2021 Zoning Hearing Master hearing. My name is Susan Finch, and I'll be presiding as the hearing master over tonight's cases. Let me start by introducing Mr. Brian Grady. He's to my left. He's with the Development Services Department, and he will introduce other staff members as well as go over any changes to tonight's agenda. Mr. Grady.
Good evening, Madam Hearing Officer. Again, for the record, Brian Grady, Hillsborough County Development Services Department. We do have one change to the agenda. It's on page 8 of the published agenda. It's agenda item C5, rezoning standard 2022-0077. We're going to need to continue this item to the February ZHM hearing. Rosa, what's the February date? 12/14, so the February 14th zoning hearing master hearing. The reason being is that there is a parcel that's zone SPIHC, which is a historic resource designation zoning, that the applicant is going to be removing from the application. However, that also requires a review by the Historic Resources Review Board before it goes to zoning hearing mastering. Therefore, in order to allow time for that review to occur, we need to continue this to the February 14th zoning hearing master hearing.
All right. That was one of my questions. Okay. So that's just an automatic.
Yes.
All right. So if anyone is here for agenda item C5, rezoning standard 22-0077, that's going now to the February 14th, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing at 6 p.m.
2022.
2022. That will be hard to say. Go ahead, Mr. Grady.
That's the only change to the agenda. So I'll go now. I will go through the published withdrawals continuances beginning on page 4 of the agenda. The first item is item A1, rezoning plan development 18-0798. This is being continued to the April 18th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A2, rezoning PD 20-1253. This is being continued by the applicant to the January 18th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A3, rezoning PD 21-0110. This application is out of order to be heard and has been continued to the January 18th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A4, rezoning PD 21-0647. This application has been continued by the applicant to the January 18th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A5, rezoning PD 21-0701. This application has been continued by the applicant to the January 18th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A6, rezoning PD 21-0744. This application has been continued by the applicant to the January 18th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A7, rezoning PD 21-0745. This application has been continued by the applicant to the January 18th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A8, rezoning PD 21-0748. This application has been continued by the staff to the January 18th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A9, rezoning PD 21-0863. This application has been continued by the applicant to the January 18th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A10, rezoning PD 21-0864. This application is being continued by the applicant to the January 18th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A11, rezoning PD 21-0959. This application has been continued by the applicant to the January 18th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A12, rezoning PD 21-0962. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the February 14th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A13, major mod application 21-0963. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the January 18th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A14, rezoning PD 21-1042. This application has been continued by the applicant to the January 18th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A15, major mod application 21-1106. This application has been continued by the applicant to the January 18th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A16, major mod application 21-1108. This application is being continued by the applicant to the January 18th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A17, major mod application 21-1226. This application is being continued by the applicant of the January 18th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A18, rezoning PD 21-1231. This application is being continued by staff to the January 18th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A19, major mod application 21-1270. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the January 18th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A20, rezoning PD 21-1321. This application is being continued by staff to the January 18th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A21, rezoning PD 21-1329. This application is being continued by the applicant to the January 18th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A22, rezoning PD 21-1330. This application is being continued by the applicant to the February 14th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A23, rezoning PD 21-1332. This application is being continued by the applicant to the February 14th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A24, major mod application 21-1334. This application is being continued by staff to the January 18th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A25, rezoning PD 21-1335. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the January 18th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A26, rezoning PD 21-1336. This application is being continued by the applicant to the January 18th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A27, rezoning PD 21-1337. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the January 18th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A28, rezoning PD 21-1338. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the January 18th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A29, major mod application 21-1339. This application is being continued by the applicant at the January 18th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A30, rezoning PD 21-1340. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the January 18th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A31, major mod application 21-1342. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the January 18th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. And item A32, rezoning standard 22-0076. This application is being continued by the applicant to the February 14th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. That concludes all withdrawals and continuances.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Grady. I appreciate it. Let me start by going over our hearing procedures this evening. Our hearing today consists of agenda items that require a public hearing by the zoning hearing master. I'll conduct the hearing on each agenda item and will file a recommendation within 15 business days following today's hearing. Those recommendations are then sent to the Board of County Commissioners, who will make the final decision. Our hearing today is informal. I'll ask questions related to the scope of direct testimony. I may call and question witnesses as I deem appropriate, and I will decide all questions of procedure. I'll take evidence, but will exclude evidence that is irrelevant, immaterial, or unduly repetitious. Evidence may be presented in written form, and all testimony must be under oath. Hearsay evidence may be used to support or explain other evidence, but shall not be sufficient alone to support a finding by me unless it would be admissible over objections in a civil action. Our order of presentation for tonight's hearing is as follows. Mr. Grady of the Development Services Department will make a brief introduction for each agenda item. We'll then go to the applicant. The applicant and their witnesses, their team, has 15 minutes total to make their presentation. Next, Development Services, the staff planner that was assigned the case will have 5 minutes to detail the county's findings regarding the application. Next, we'll go to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission also has 5 minutes to discuss the application's consistency with the county's comprehensive plan. We'll then turn to proponents, anyone who would like to speak in favor of an item. We have 15 minutes total for all the proponents to present their comments. And the same is true next when we go to opponents, anyone who would like to speak against an application. Everyone in total has 15 minutes. Then we'll go back to the Development Services Department and see if the county has any additional comments or changes based on tonight's testimony. And then finally, we go back to the applicant, who has 5 minutes for rebuttal for anything they would like to say before we close. Those timeframes, I don't think will have an issue, but they are total for proponents and opponents, 15 minutes each. If there seems to be a number of people, I'll just simply ask you all to raise your hand, both in the room and online. We have people participating virtually this evening, and we will divide that 15 minutes by the number of people who would like to speak. If you are in the room or if you are testifying virtually, when you start to speak, if you could please give us your name and address for the record. We are recording this hearing and we want to make sure that we have the appropriate person to the agenda item that is being spoken to. When you are done speaking, if you're here with us in the room, if you could see Michael, he's with the clerk's office to my right, and sign in with him with your name, address, and the application number that you spoke to. I'll now turn to Ms. Dorman. She's with the County Attorney's Office, who will provide you the legal requirements which govern your participation at the Board of County Commissioners meeting. Ms. Dorman.
Good evening. This is Mary Dorman from the County Attorney's Office. Tonight's public hearing is the first step of a two-step rezoning process. This hearing is the time for rezoning applicants and interested parties to present testimony and evidence. And the evidence presented tonight will become the complete factual record of each application, and no additional evidence can be introduced after the closing of each application. The second step of the rezoning process is a public meeting before the Board of County Commissioners, where the board will make a decision on each application heard tonight. Tonight's applications are scheduled to be heard by the board at its February 8, 2022 land use meeting. When considering applications, the board will only review the record created at tonight's hearing and the recommendation made by the hearing master for each application. The hearing master will file a recommendation for each application heard tonight on January 6, 2022. The Board of County Commissioners has established a policy that directs which rezoning and major modification applications are to be placed on the consent agenda of the board's land use meeting. Applications that propose to add density outside the urban service area, applications that are on roadways with a failing level of service, and applications that have had evidence or testimony provided to the record by non-applicant parties of record either prior to or at the ZHM public hearing are not qualified for placement on the consent agenda. Applications which do not have consistent recommendations of approval or denial are also not qualified to be placed on the consent agenda. The board shall allow public testimony by parties of record at its meeting to consider the land use hearing officer's recommendation for any item on the regular agenda. Any public testimony shall be limited to the record of the proceeding before the land use hearing officer unless additional evidence has been found admissible in accordance with section 10.03.04D of the Land Development Code. A party of record is an individual who fits in at least one of the following four categories. First, an individual who is present tonight and presents testimony or documentary evidence. Second, an individual certified by the U.S. Postal Service as having been mailed notice of tonight's hearing. Third, an individual who submitted documentary evidence to the master file at least 2 business days prior to tonight's hearing. Or fourth, an individual who submitted documentary evidence by proxy at tonight's hearing. Again, the content of oral argument before the board shall be limited to the content of the testimony and other evidence submitted verbally or in writing to the hearing master tonight. It is the role of the county attorney's office to ensure that only individuals who have met these requirements are allowed to speak before the board and to ensure that no new evidence or testimony is introduced or allowed at the board's public meeting. For these reasons, please make sure that all information you wish the board to consider at its public meeting is entered into tonight's record. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. As I mentioned, all testimony must be under oath. So if you are in the room or online and you plan to speak, if you please stand and raise your right hand so I can swear you in. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, Mr. Grady, we're ready for the first case.
The first item on tonight's agenda then is item B1, is rezoning PD 21-0222. The request is rezoned from AS1 and PD to a new plan development. This was remanded by the board to further evaluate access to the site and also proposed uses, in particular a proposed drive-through coffee shop that was located in parcel 3 of the development. The applicant has made amendments which they'll outline off. I will note that I have a revised graphic to hand out for the record. In the staff report, we had included a graphic which highlighted the changes and neglected to highlight a proposed cross-access between two parcels. And so I have that revised graphic I'll hand out for the record.
Okay.
But Steve Beachy with county staff will provide staff presentation after staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Thank you so much. Good evening.
Good evening, Ms. Finch. For the record, Michael Horner, 14502 North Dale Mabry Highway, Suite 200, Tampa 33618, representing RRGJ. Ms. Finch, we have Mr. Michael Yates of Pond Traffic Engineering with us tonight. He's going to follow me shortly regarding traffic updates because we have gone back and amended our analysis. And we also believe I have Mr. Trent Stevenson from Level Up Engineering, who's attending virtually if you have any questions on design of stormwater pond, anything that relates to the engineering construction of this property. Ms. Finch, I'm going to be brief. As Brian indicated, we were here prior, and you wrote a very decisive hearing master recommendation, which we're most appreciative of. Your findings were essentially accepting our prior plan and our prior assumptions and our prior restrictions. That plan, as you may recall, did not allow for access to Watson Road on the north portion. To Watson Road. And we did that because we encountered substantial residential opposition to traffic queuing from the intersection of Bloomingdale and Watson Road. And as you'll recall, at that testimony, at that hearing, there was testimony from Mr. Ratliff that you reiterated in your findings, that in fact that would relieve the queuing and the traffic impact from that intersection. So we felt that was the right decision at that time, and obviously you felt so as well. As you recall, the Planning Commission found that case inconsistent, that filing, for essentially two reasons. One, primarily, was the drive-through coffee shop on parcel 3, which is the eastern parcel. Additionally, they had concerns about connectivity. We did go to the Board of County Commissioners, and as Brian noted, those two concerns came up. Access connectivity with both cross-access and sidewalk connectivity, as well as the drive-through on parcel 3. We have gone back to the drawing board and decided to give in. And we have now eliminated the entire drive-through proposal on parcel 3 on Bloomingdale Avenue. That was associated with a variation for a squawk box, a call box, if you will, due to residential zoning proximity to the east. So that is no longer valid anymore. So no more drive-through at all. And then we have reintroduced a plan that we actually filed that has not come before you, but it's in the public record that essentially replicates this site plan before you tonight. And that site plan is to reinstate northwest access, this northwest access to Watson Road, as well as sidewalk connectivity. We're also reinstating a cross-access that was approved prior, but we're confirming that we still agree to that cross-access. And then we also agree to certain roadway improvements triggered on Watson Road based upon that access connection being proposed. We also have sidewalk commitments on Watson Road, which Mr. Yates will address. And that sidewalk connectivity, because we have a small neighborhood park at our northwest corner. Planning Commission was concerned that this was not going to be allowed to go through. We asked Planning Commission through a revised iteration plan, I want to say 30 days ago, if we had a gated access roadway but still connected, would that allow for a consistency finding? And their determination was no, that it would not. We wanted the Planning Commission's finding of consistency. Therefore, we have agreed no gates. So the option has been removed. Before it was either or, and we had specific language showing non-gated option. We have removed that option from the table. So Sidewalk will have connectivity. Internal sidewalks have connectivity. Roadways will have connectivity. Roadways will have internal connectivity. This is a huge compromise by the developer because that obviously means traffic will now be going through, accessing through this property. We don't think substantial, but it will certainly invite, and maybe that's the purpose of a mixed-use development, Ms. Finch, if they want to access those commercial uses, which we have proposed and are already approved for the most part, that all works for a purpose and connectivity and continuity of uses and travel patterns. So we stand before you tonight with unanimous recommendations of approval. I believe Mr. Ratliff has written a very favorable transportation review. We certainly accept his findings. Planning Commission has now amended their findings from inconsistent to consistent. And we hope that you can once again reaffirm this proposal that was filed in April, but amended to address what we thought were neighborhood concerns. But now we realize the board had a greater concern, and that is cross-access connectivity, and specifically also the drive-through incompatibility. Now, we are tweaking a couple uses. Parcel 2 and Parcel 3, we have created restricted commercial uses. Prior, the only uses that we are now adding, actually the only use we're adding, is a non-drive-through pharmacy that would be considered either on Parcel 2, either on Parcel 2 or on Parcel 3. You may recall, Ms. Finch, on the prior review, we also had a 2-story financial services bank that was for 45 feet, subject to design architectural considerations, but only 2 stories, only 2 stories. We have added that also to Parcel 3. So this is not to seek approvals for 2 pharmacies side by side or 2 45-foot tall financial bank office buildings side by side, one or the other. But that option has now been extended to both Parcels 2 and 3. That's all of our changes. I'm happy to answer any questions. I'm going to have Mr. Yates address the Watson Road improvements, which you have not heard before because the prior application did not require those on Watson Road.
I just want to double check one
Certainly.
thing. Well, he can come up as well. He might answer this too. But just to double check, the full access on Watson is currently approved under that existing plan development zoning. Is that correct?
This is Michael Yates with Palm Traffic. Yeah, I can answer that. I just got to figure out which access you're speaking of.
The full access onto Watson.
So there is an existing full access right here today, which is the northern commercial access behind the Circle K.
Okay.
That is there today. It is functioning as a full access, but it is striped out, so it really should be a right in, right out. And as part of the condition, that will be restored back to a right in, right out via a traffic separator right in the median there to make that a right in, right out as it is striped today. And then so we'll be adding a new full access to Watson at the residential driveway to the north.
Okay. So that is not a part of the existing zoning, that northern access. That's new.
It is new. It is a change to what we had in the previous application.
Yeah, yes, but I'm just trying to verify. There is a full access under the existing zoning, the 1768, and you're saying that's to the south on Watson Road, but it's really not functioning in that respect?
Yeah.
It's a little confusing, Ms. Finch, based upon the wording of the condition of north,
Oh,
because the first PD included the Circle K, so it had a different context on the reference of north.
I see. That's why I was confused
Exactly.
about, okay.
We've all been confused and it's confusing. It's been confusing with staff. It's been confusing trying to work through this.
I'll defer to
And
Mr.
it's
Yates.
taken us a while to get clarification there. But again, the northern commercial driveway behind Circle K is functioning as the full access today. That will be restored back to right in, right out. And then this will be the full access
Understood.
at the north. And as Mr. Horner had indicated in his presentation that this will be not gated, so it will be fully open to the public to use, as well as these two connections to that northern commercial spine road that runs behind the commercial. It is built up to about here today. And then this is the existing car wash that is out there. And then so it will be extended all the way over and then down to Bloomingdale, where this will be the full access. And so none of that part has changed. The only real change is these will now not be gated at all. They will be open. And then, so the other change obviously is the addition of this access point. And then, so with that, we will be doing an improvement to Watson Road from this northern commercial driveway to the residential driveway and bringing that up to TS3 standards. The only caveat to that, in just for understanding, is that the sidewalk on the west side is being built off the right-of-way, is being built outside the right-of-way over here by this development to the west. It is actually already permitted and getting ready to start construction. So it will just be outside the right-of-way and it will be an easement for county right-of-way. So it will be open to public use. It will just be outside the existing right-of-way.
Okay.
And so we'll be able to do the full TS3 standards without a design exception from that northern commercial driveway to the residential driveway. Now, we do have a design exception that has been found approvable for the section from Bloomingdale to the northern commercial driveway. That has not changed from the previous request. That is basically adding F-type curb is really the only change. There's no change to the lanes. There's already sidewalks on both sides of the road. There are some existing power poles that are on both sides of the road. So what we've agreed to do is put in the F-type curb. And so then the F-type curb will essentially run from Bloomingdale all the way up to that commercial, to the residential driveway.
Okay.
And so that is really the changes from a traffic perspective. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
No, that was my only question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Horner, does that complete your presentation?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. We'll go to Development Services.
Good evening, Steve Beachy, Development Services. I'm going to share my screen. Do you see my PowerPoint presentation?
I do.
Okay. As Mr. Horner said, this is a remand from the previous application that went forward. Again, it's a 14.5 acre sized acre PD, mixed use, 90 townhomes, 3,700 square feet of commercial uses on Bloomingdale Avenue, Watson Road in the urban service area. The BOCC requested a remand to reconsider project access on Watson Road and reevaluate the coffee shop and call box located on parcel 3 on the east side. The proposed changes, and this is going to be somewhat repetitive from what Mr. Horner has said, to reinstate the full access on Watson Road that was initially proposed with this application. To remove the coffee shop and drive-through on the eastern boundary of the project, add non-drive-through pharmacy option for parcel 3 and 4, which is new to this remanded application. To change the gated access for the townhomes to non-gated access, also new to this remanded application, and add an option for a 45-foot height for a bank for parcel 3, which again is new for this application, and reinstate the cross access from parcel 4 to the parcel that is enveloped by this project. This is the graphic that is in the staff report, and it's essentially the same information that I just talked about in the last slide. The full access changing from not from gated to non-gated on the access to the townhomes, adding the option for non-drive-through pharmacy on parcel 2, removing the drive-through option for parcel 3, adding the 45-foot height for the bank, and adding also the option for non-drive-through pharmacy use. This is the document that Mr. Grady handed out at the beginning of the meeting for this application. We've highlighted this because this is the cross-access added concurrent with development that was previously approved, but not added in the initial application, but it's currently approved by the PD that is in place there now. This is just a list of the restricted commercial uses for parcels 1 through 4. And this has been in place since the previous application. Again, the added pharmacy with non-drive-through is a restricted commercial use that is added for parcels 2 and 3. Staff supports this application for the following reasons. The site is currently approved as a mixed-use development, PD 17-0068. The current application is a similar mix of uses as approved under the current PD, and with the addition of 2.9 acres to the PD boundary and 27 townhomes, additional townhomes to equal 90 with no change in density. And the mixed-use character of this project provides a number of benefits such as reduced auto dependency, increased pedestrian options, and provides a diversity of housing options. Based on these considerations presented, staff finds the general site plan supportable, subject to the conditions attached to the report. I'm available for any question.
No questions at this time. Thank you so much. I see you, Mr. Ratliff, on camera, so I assume you'd like to add something. Good evening.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening. James Ratliff, Transportation Review Section for the record. I did just want to kind of weigh in on that issue that you had asked about the applicant, about whether the existing, my understanding of your question was, does the existing zoning, which is 17-0750, does that plan allow for a full access connection at the northernmost connection?
Yes, that was my question.
Okay, and I would point out existing condition 6 states that one full access connection to Watson Road, parenthetical, the northernmost access. So I don't think that's ambiguous language. The very far northernmost access is the full access connection. The southern access is a right in, right out under the existing approved zoning today. Now, understand from the applicant's testimony in the current situation out there, that's not how it's being used. There are people violating that restriction, but for the existing approval, the full access connection is the northernmost connection. So we're not changing anything. It's simply reverting back to what's allowed under the existing zoning. Similarly, with respect to the gating issue, I would point out site note 20 on that certified site plan 170750, which states that existing internal driveways will not be gated. So again, going from a gated project to an ungated project, that's not a change when you look at it from the baseline of the existing approved zoning. That's a change from what they're proposing. So just to be clear, that again, the existing project is an ungated project. Northern access on Watson is full ungated connection as it exists under the approved 170750 today.
Let me just, before you go, let me just make sure that I get that. So I don't have the site plan in front of me for 1768, but from your testimony on that site plan, it shows a full access point at the northernmost portion of the northwest portion of the site plan. And then south of that is a right in, right out access. That's on the 1768. Is that what you're saying?
It's actually 17-0750 was the most recent certified plan. The 1768 was an initial action, and then they came back and modified it right after that. So the latest zoning of record is, and I believe, zoning staff can verify this for us, but 17-0750 is the latest plan.
It's probably
Yes,
a personal appearance or something like that that modified it, or
correct.
some future action. Okay, so I'll pull that. But that's your testimony, is that there's two access points to Watson on that currently adopted plan. The northernmost is a full access and the southern one is a right in, right out, correct?
Correct. The labeling on the site plan will indicate that. They're simply referred to as proposed ingress egress. You have to put the zoning conditions together with the site plan to infer what's happening there.
All right, just trying to drive home the point that there's no change based on this, that it is what it is today, that was what they're proposing in terms of that access to Watson.
With respect to that access and with respect to the gating, yes.
Right. Understood. Okay, thank you for that clarification. I appreciate it. Planning
Sure.
Commission, please.
Good Mills Planning Commission staff, the subject property is located within the residential 6 future land use classification, the urban service area, and the Brandon community planning area. The applicant addressed Planning Commission concerns with the removal of the drive-through as well as call box used on parcel 3 and gated access off of Watson Road, resulting in a change to Planning Commission's recommendation to consistence. And the removal of these items fulfills the intent of policy 16.1, 16.2, and 16.3 of the future land use element. And based on those considerations, Planning Commission staff found the proposed plan development consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan, subject to conditions proposed by Development Services. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. All right. Is there anyone here or in the room or online that would like to speak in favor of this application? Anyone in support? Anyone online? Seeing no one in the room. Anyone in opposition? I know we have one person online. Is there anyone in the room that would like to speak in opposition? Okay. Let's have the person that's appearing virtually.
Mrs. Williams,
Yes.
you can share your video, please,
Oh,
or turn on your video.
okay, I just did.
There you go. If you could start by giving us your name and address, please.
Got it?
Yes, we can see you.
My name is Rebecca Williams. Okay, my name is Rebecca Williams. I reside at 5321 Watson Road in Riverview, Florida. I've been asked by our homeowner association to read something that was prepared, and it was also posted to the PGM store, prepared and submitted on December 6th. Our biggest concern at this point, and I am just equally confused with what's the right and the north and the south as everybody else. I'm talking about my major concern is the one that's behind the Circle K. There's one in front of the Circle K that goes in by the pumps, and then there's one behind it. That one's the one where they were talking about putting a separator on Watson Road. That one that's between the project and Circle K. That's when I talk about, that's my northernmost. Is that what you're calling the northernmost? Again, I'm trying to follow.
I share your concern, Mrs. Williams. What we will do is go ahead with your testimony. If you're speaking about your concern is the access behind the Circle K, I think we understand that. And then when it's time for rebuttal from the applicant, they can address your concerns at that point.
Okay,
But go ahead and
thank
give
you.
us your presentation.
Yeah, because in their initial thing, it was called the Southern Project Access. So we are members of the Random Oaks Homeowners Association, and for the past 10 months, we've been actively involved with the opposition effort regarding the above this zoning application. In submitting this letter, we are submitting in response to the Transportation Department Agency's review comment sheet, which was revised for remand dated 12/2/21. In that, Mr. Ratcliffe stated the following. He said, staff wants to reiterate that the proposed separator is not reinstating a restriction or proposing a new restriction. The median painted on the roadway was designed to restrict traffic from making a southbound left turn into the driveway, and the existing approved zoning restrictions prohibit such movements. Such restriction was never lifted by the county. Rather, the applicant constructed improvements in violation of the zoning restriction, unquote. The proposed separator will restrict left turns under the Southern Project Access for patrons of the Circle K and the Arlen Car Wash by the 511 home sites of Riverview, Random Oaks, and Watson Glen subdivisions, who are regular patrons of these businesses. It will also prevent left turns out of the Southern Project Access, that's what I'm calling the northern one, for Circle K and the Arlen Car Wash patrons who are seeking to catch the light at Bloomingdale and Watson Road in order to head east on Bloomingdale Avenue. Patrons are already using this access for both means. even though it was designed, I guess it was supposed to be right in, right out. They're using it for both. How would drivers wishing to head east on Bloomingdale Avenue from the Circle K and Arlen Car Wash turn east onto Bloomingdale Avenue? That's a major concern. Mr. Ratcliffe also stated, quote, in initial discussions with the applicant about the possibility of allowing full access movements at the Southern Project access, staff indicated that it had significant concerns with the potential for traffic at the signal to queue back a sufficient distance, which, when combined with the proximity of other access points between the subject access and Bloomingdale Avenue, would greatly increase the likelihood of vehicles exiting onto Watson Road from the southbound entrance and failing to be fully able to enter the turn lane, therefore blocking northbound traffic on Watson Road and potentially leading to its backing up onto Bloomingdale Avenue. The applicant failed to submit any traffic analysis in the record, which accounts for existing traffic plus future project traffic, plus additional trips from approved but as yet unconstructed entitlements they're at the northwest corner of Bloomingdale Avenue and Watson Road, which also takes access to Watson Road. The applicants returned to the original approved plan access, which restricts Southern Project access to right in, right out, alleviates these concerns. Everybody wants driver and pedestrian safety, but at what risk? A driver seeking to catch the light at Bloomingdale Avenue and Watson Road to head east on Bloomingdale Avenue will most likely seek to do so illegally. For instance, patrons of Circle K are currently making illegal left turns onto Watson from the right-in only driveway that is north of Bloomingdale Avenue and south of the Southern Project access. How much worse will it become when the barrier is installed at Southern Project access? Patrons of Circle K are currently making illegal left turns from the right out only driveway access located at the southeast corner of the Circle K property. How much worse will it become when a barrier is installed at the Southern Project access? Patrons of the Circle K and Arlen Car Wash will be forced to turn right when the cement barrier is installed, meander north on Watson Road, and seek to make a U-turn and head southbound to catch the light at Bloomingdale Avenue, because that road is a road that leads to nowhere. It just leads to the entrance of two communities. Is meandering the goal? Is making U-turn on narrow Watson Road the goal? I mean, how will this affect pedestrian safety since there are no sidewalks on that stretch of road? The restoration effort at the Project Southern Access may alleviate the Transportation Department's concern regarding backup at the light, but it will exacerbate impact on other access points and cause drivers to use those access points for illegal means, as illegal use of the access point is already occurring. I mean, it's already happening. We see it all the time. Mr. Ratcliffe references how the, quote, Southern Project access is offset with Enfield Manor Way, unquote, and, quote, the potential to cause several issues if this access were to be modified to allow full access movements, unquote. He further provided examples, for example, a driver from the subject property seeking to visit the IHOP across the street and the atypical movement created to do so, turning left and then immediately turning right. Please be reminded that the current PD is approved for 63 townhomes and developers seeking to bump up to 90. At most, Mr. Ratcliffe is concerned about the residents of 90 townhomes who wish to visit the IHOP. Enfield Manor Way is a private road. That's a private road that's owned by Bridgewater Landing HOA. Continuing to make the case for the right in, right out at the Southern access point, Mr. Ratcliffe states that it also presents additional safety risks for pedestrians crossing the opposite side of the street, as motorists may be more concerned with being hit by a vehicle due to their slower speeds and back-to-back opposing turning movements rather than focusing on the pedestrian space, as well as motorists exiting the side street being unsure of whether motorists entering the same side street are doing. Most pedestrians seeking to cross the street will do so in a crosswalk and therefore would walk to the light at Bloomingdale Avenue to head west across the street on IHOP. The potential interlock on Watson Road between the Southern access point and Enfield Manor Way appears to be a concern for the Transportation Department. Are illegal turns from the right-in driveway access, which is closer to Bloomingdale Avenue, safer for drivers than an interlock situation between the Southern access points and Enfield Manor Way? As mentioned previously, illegal left turns from the right-in driver access to the Circle K is already occurring routinely and will be worsened with a Southern access point reinstatement. Mr. Ratcliffe also stated that the right-in driveway circle access to Circle K does not meet minimum spacing requirements, or spacing standards, I'm sorry. If it is too close to Bloomingdale Avenue, then what's it doing there? Is this access, does it have a variance? And if not, what's it doing there? There's a bigger picture to view than just the segmented areas presented by the Transportation Department on the comments reviews. Overarching backup at the light on Bloomingdale Avenue will occur with or without Southern access point reinstatement. The backup at the light is due to no dedicated left turn arrow at that light from both directions and gives drivers less of an opportunity to turn east or southbound, west, northbound onto Bloomingdale Avenue. Mr. Ratcliffe states again, quote, he stated again, staff notes that the applicants return to the original approved access plan, which restricts the southern project access to right-in, right-out movements only, together with staff's proposal condition requiring installation of a raised separator alleviates the concerns. Staff solutions promise you will only move the problems to other areas. As mentioned above, drivers will seek illegal left turns from access points surrounding the Circle K, which is far worse than allowing them to make the simple left turn from the southernmost access. So we are asking, please make that a full access, because right now you're proposing it be right in, right out, which will lead people up into our neighborhoods. It is our understanding that the reduced access spacing variance has not been approved by the county engineer, who has the sole authority to issue section 6.04.02.b administrative variances, and therefore the transportation department is stating that this access, southern project access, must remain right in, right out. We're just imploring you, please, the HDHM and the BOCC, to request the developer of this application to apply for said variance to make that southern project access as full access, and do not approve this application until that variance is granted. In the Transportation Department's remand conclusion, they state that the southern access point as full access connection would represent unreasonable and avoidable safety risk. Are illegal left turns from the right in only driveway access not an unreasonable and avoidable safety risk? Are illegal left turns from the southernmost right corner, the right in, right out driveway access of Circle K not a safety risk? Please stop the implementation of a cement barrier at that southern project access and allow full access to continue to occur. The staff believes that the southern access point is a safe access alternative for the proposed project. If the staff is only considering the 63 to 90 townhomes, but there are 511 single-family homes in Riverleaf, Random Oaks, and Watson Glen to consider in this equation. Staff stated that it provides access to all users onto all roadways, except for the 511 home sites in Riverleaf, Random Oaks, Watson Glen, who wish to use the services of Circle K and Arlene Car Wash and cannot turn left to patronize these businesses. In addition, a traffic flow map was submitted that showed density implications that we wish you to consider. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate your testimony. Anyone else that would like to speak in opposition to this request? All right, and we'll go back then to Development Services. Mr. Grady first. Do you have any additional comments?
No additional comments.
All right. Then Mr. Ratliff, thank you for being on camera. I'd like to talk about the opposition's comments and her desire, the neighborhood's desire to have that right in, right out restricted access, full access. What are your comments on that?
Sure. Again, for the record, James Ratliff, Development Services Transportation Review Section. I think there may be kind of a fundamental misunderstanding with the way that project circulation will work. By reverting back to the existing approved access proposal, if you will, for Watson Road, the folks that want to access the signal who are coming out of the project will be able to turn left onto Watson Road from the northernmost project access. Similarly, residents who want to visit the shops who live north of the site will be able to turn left into that northernmost access and access the shops that way. So again, we're not forcing anybody to go up into that neighborhood where this new access plan is providing full access that will allow people to make full turning movements into and out of the site from the various access points. With respect to the Bloomingdale Avenue access, the new full median opening, again, is expected to alleviate any potential issues that are happening there with people making those illegal movements, because again, there's now going to be a full median opening that's aligning with Ivy Boulevard to the south. So again, I think it sounded like maybe some of her concerns were under the understanding that the citizens would not be able to make a left turn into the project, and that's just simply not going to be the case now that the proposal has been reinstated to essentially what is existing approved today under that 170750 zoning district.
All right, and before I leave you, let's just clarify for her and the people she represents, that access behind the Circle K, which was approved and should have been a right in, right out, will return to the right in, right out. But there will be a second access that is full and able to turn left into the project and north, on the northeast portion of this site plan. Is that correct?
Northwest.
Northwest.
Correct. And
Thank you.
if it's helpful, I'm happy to turn on the share screen and basically point out what each of these accesses are, if that's helpful to you, or.
I think for this, it would be, yes, if you don't mind just doing that quickly.
Sure, I've never done that before, so let me try this real quick.
Or we can have Mr. Yates and Mr. Horner address it during the rebuttal period.
I think, are you able to?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, so this is the 170750 plan, and I'm using that because it's got a little bit more detail than the current plan that's in. So you can see the gas station here in the south west corner of the screen. This existing ingress, which is a write-in only, that is certainly an access that's on Watson, but when we talk about the 2 access points in the project, there's only 2 that are within the PD boundary. This one right here, which is north of that write-in only into the gas station. Again, the gas station is not a part of this project. So this is the southernmost access, which is right in, right out, which is just north of the gas station. And then all the way up here is the full access connection there. So to point those 2 out. And again, I can show that on the proposed site plan here. Again, there's only 2 accesses to Watson Road, the full access up here and the right in, right out down here.
All right, I think that's helpful. Thank you very much for that additional testimony. I appreciate it. All right,
Certainly.
then we will go back to the applicant who has 5 minutes for rebuttal.
Thank you, Ms. Finch. Again, for the record, Michael Horner. I think James Ratliff gave a very succinct summary, and I hope it clarified for both Ms. Williams and you where we are and why we're here. We offered to the board, we would agree on this North Circle K access to be a full access. Happy to do so. Concerns were expressed about safety, left turn moving conflicts in terms of the proximity and the access management criteria to reinstate what should have been the restricted right turn in, right turn out. We left that alone. We agreed to that. Our analysis reflected that. That's why the diverter is being required. To Ms. Williams' concern, we are not trying to shut that neighborhood out or increase conflicts. We are now introducing our neighborhood to our mixed-use development to the neighborhood so that in fact they can make that southbound left turn into our full access. And that was always the case. The PRS 0750, I've handled that case, the prior PRS, I handled the original PD. That was always the intention. There were no restrictions. Then we introduced the restrictions, and now we're letting those restrictions kind of sunset. And we're opening that back up as non-gated. And we are simply reverting on the North Circle K access to the right turn in, right turn out. And we understand why Mr. Williams Works, Mr. Ratliff have real concerns about safety and turning movement conflicts. So we don't want to deny that access opportunity. Our developer would love to have the gated private street, but they are willing to open their neighborhood up so that those neighbors can have access to our shops. And it makes sense. Cross-access connectivity is what the Planning Commission was looking for. My client has agreed to it. And I think it's a better solution overall. I'm going to have Mr. Yates address just a couple things because she was mentioning the traffic analysis deficiency, and I want to correct that for the record. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Michael Yates with Palm Traffic. We did submit a revised traffic study into the record. It's part of the record. It addressed the change in access configuration from the previous submittal, went through and did an analysis with the redistribution of project trips. And so that all that is in the record. And again, the other comment on sidewalk connectivity, we are doing the TS3 typical section from the existing northern commercial driveway behind Circle K up to the residential driveway. So there now will be sidewalks on both sides of Watson Road, all the way from the residential driveway, all the way down to Bloomingdale. If there's any other transportation questions, I'm happy to answer them.
I don't have any at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Horner, does that complete your presentation? All right. Thank you. Then with that, we will close rezoning PD 21-0222, the remand, and go to the next case.
The next item is agenda item C1, rezoning standard 21-1208. The applicant's Graceland Real Estate Investment Corporation. The request is to rezone from RSB to commercial general with restrictions. Sam Bell will provide staff recommendations after presentation by the applicant. I will note that we did hand out a revised transportation analysis that correctly reflects the proposed use of the parcel, which the applicant is restricted to the contractor's office. And then I think transportation will speak to that if you have any questions regarding that. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. William Malloy, 325 South Boulevard, Tampa, Florida. As Brian said, this request is for Euclidean rezoning from residential show business to a highly restricted commercial general use, that of a contractor's office. We've stipulated that would be the sole intended use here. It's not a request for blanket CG. We've also entirely precluded outdoor storage in this request, which makes it appropriate for the CG category. It should make the request much less intensive as well. I don't believe it's mentioned in the staff report, but we are more than amenable to type B screening and buffering on the north, east, and west sides of the project, perhaps even on the street side if it's appropriate. We presumed, given all that this was more than an appropriate request, and it may in fact be a step down from the residential show business designation, which on Gibsonton Drive just seems to encourage open storage and probably not the look the county's looking for necessarily on Gibsonton Drive. Staff did find our request inconsistent, and I have some philosophical problems with the Planning Commission's interpretation of the comp plan to that end. The first issue is locational criteria. The project does not meet commercial locational criteria, and the Planning Commission would not support a waiver. Keep in mind, as I'm sure you know, that locational criteria is fundamentally a matter of keeping intensive commercial uses at appropriate transportation nodes. In this case, the commercial use is that of a contractor's office. And the only potential vehicular impacts are really those of the contractor, his employees, and maybe perhaps a customer or two a day. This is not something that captures drive-by traffic. It's not a destination business. This functions as a professional office. It simply doesn't fall into the BPO version of offices. Second, and to that end, while staff would not support a locational waiver or criteria waiver, they published in the report, Gibsonton Drive is envisioned to be a signature corridor and developed with small business, professional office, and specialty neighborhood retail. It goes on to say that part of the plan is to prepare and carry out a redevelopment plan for residential properties having frontage along Gibsonton Drive to allow small businesses, professional office, and specialty neighborhood retail uses. Develop a zoning district and/or specific criteria that support rather than obstruct small business and offices. That's from the Gibsonton Community Plan. I find it hard to reconcile the need for locational criteria and a waiver if the community plan calls for offices and professional uses along Gibsonton Drive. One of these things is not like the other in my mind. Going forward, I'd like to point out, reinforce that a contractor's office is a small business. My client is an individual, not a corporation, who runs a construction business. He needs an office. My client is a licensed, bonded, insured gentleman, which brings me to my second major point of contention that per the staff report, and I quote, a contractor's office without open storage is not considered a professional business. I've included here in my narrative the definitions for a contractor's office and a professional service use. This is out of the LDC. I'm not going to read those definitions. I assume they're part of the record, but they're lockstep together. I realize to that end, and I'm wordsmithing those two definitions, but I would challenge anyone to explain to me how a contractor's office without any open storage is any different than an engineer or a surveyor's office, which would be allowable in this instance. Contractors and their subs are regulated by the state, and more specifically by the Department of Business and Professional Regulation. Those are two words I cannot stress enough: business and professional. This is a business office. It's a professional office. And then finally, I'd like to look at the final justification for denial, that being section 5.2 of the staff report, which says Furthermore, because the parcels along this stretch of Gibsonton Drive are not uniformly zoned for commercial uses, future rezoning of these parcels could occur as envisioned by the Gibsonton Community Plan. I am honestly not exactly sure what that's supposed to mean, but I believe the gist of it is that my client's property rights are tied to and limited by the potential future use of nearby parcels. As a property owner myself, I have a fundamental problem with that. I don't believe that's good planning. I don't believe that's the intent of the Gibsonton plan. Mr. Grady addressed the issue I have with the traffic report, which was based on a worst case scenario. It was quite pejorative the way it was printed, but I believe it's been amended to now reflect just the very limited use of a contractor's office. I apologize. I've only addressed the negatives of this case, but it's kind of all I have in front of me. So with that, I'll rest for now.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. If you could please sign in. Development Services.
Okay. Hang on, just a moment, please. I'm trying to. Okay, can you see my PowerPoint presentation, Dwayne?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great, thank you. Good evening, Sam Ball, Development Services. This request is to rezone a 2.31 acre site located in the Gibsonton Community Plan area on the north side of Gibsonton Drive, approximately 250 feet west of Alafaya Street, from residential show business to commercial general restricted. The intent is to allow the property to be used for a contractor's office without outdoor storage. Area uses consist of residential show business and residential development. The site is within a residential 4 land use district, which allows up to 9 dwelling units at 4 dwelling units per acre, or up to 100,439 square feet with a 0.25 maximum floor area ratio. Typical residential 4 uses include suburban scale neighborhood, commercial, office uses, and multi-purpose projects. Properties surrounding the site on the north side of Gibsonton Drive are also residential 4, and the properties to the south of Gibsonton Drive are designated residential 6. The site is located along a signature corridor in the Gibsonton Community Plan. The applicant submitted a waiver to locational criteria. However, the proposed contractor's office was found to be inconsistent with the plan. The zoning and land uses in the vicinity are predominantly residential and residential show business. The nearest property with commercial general zoning is approximately 210 feet to the southeast, which has a residential 6 future land use, and about 1/3 of the property is zoned residential single family conventional. The property is also developed for residential use. The properties to the north are designated or zoned AS1 and allow up to 1 dwelling per acre. The subject property and the residential show business zone properties to the east and west allow 4 dwellings per acre, and the planned development district across Gibsonton Drive to the south was developed at 3.15 unit dwellings per acre. The applicant is proposing to limit the use to a contractor's office without open storage. The change of use would require site plan approval as well as improvements to be in compliance with the site. The applicant is offering a type B buffer to the north, which would be the minimum buffer for the change of use. The buffer on the north side of the property would also be impacted by the wetlands in the area. Because the contractor's office is not considered a professional business or specialty retail, staff finds that the restricted commercial general zoning district would result in further movement away from the goals of the Gibsonton Community Plan. Because the parcels along this stretch of Gibsonton Drive are not uniformly zoned for commercial use, this future rezoning of these parcels could occur as envisioned through the Gibsonton Community Plan. Staff finds the request not supportable. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
No questions at this time. Thank you. Planning Commission, please.
Unica Mills Planning Commission staff, the subject property is located within the residential 4 future land use classification, the urban service area, and the Gibsonton Community Planning area. Future land use element objective 16 and its accompanying policies require the protection of existing neighborhoods through various instruments such as buffering and screening as per policy 16.1 and 16.3. The applicant did revise the narrative to offer buffering and screening to the adjacent parcel to the north, which is developed with single-family residential. However, the proposed rezoning still does not meet the specific criteria for future land use element policy 16.2, which identifies the use of gradual transitions of intensities between different land uses. With an acreage of 2.3 acres and an FAR of 0.25, the site could be considered for up to 25,000 square feet of non-residential development, which is too intense. The mitigation measures would likely not be able to achieve the degree of compatibility needed to the adjacent residential uses. Additionally, the subject request does not meet commercial locational criteria as outlined under Objective 22, the future land use element. The subject property is located approximately 3,000 feet east of the intersection of US Highway 41 and Gibsonton Drive, and is well over a mile from the intersection of East Bay Drive and Gibsonton Drive. This parcel's location does not meet commercial locational criteria as per policy 22.1 and future land use element 22.2. The applicant has requested a waiver to commercial locational criteria. However, Planning Commission staff does not suggest that the BOCC approve the request due to compatibility concerns with the proposed use. The proposed rezoning also does not support the vision of the Gibsonton Community Plan as stated in Goal 4A. This goal focuses on creating opportunities for small professional businesses and specialty neighborhood retail along Gibsonton Drive and US 41. Permitting the site to be zoned to CGR is inconsistent with the Gibsonton Community Plan. And based on those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning inconsistent with the future Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. All right, we'll call for anyone that would like to speak in support. Anyone in favor of the application? I don't think we have anyone online, correct? All right, and I'm seeing no one, anyone in opposition to the application? No one. All right. Mr. Grady or Mr. Ball, either one, just a quick comment in response to Mr. Malloy's concern about the staff report saying that a contractor's office is not a professional office. If we could just expound on that a little bit for the record.
Okay. What I did is this is Sam Ball, Development Services. I verified with the Planning Commission as to the intent of whether or not whether or not the intent of the plan would consider the contractor's office within what was part of the plan as far as the specific use goes. And they followed up with me saying that it did not qualify, the use did not qualify, basically, for that signature corridor.
All right. Mr. Grady, anything you'd like to add before I move on?
Yeah, I think, again, ultimately, the issue is that, I'm trying to look at the language. If you give me a second again.
Absolutely. I can ask Ms. Mills while you're looking, if you just want to add to that conversation about the contractor's office not being a professional office or meeting the intent of the Gibsonton Community Plan. You could just expound on that a little bit.
Sure, I can expound on that. Well, first, I'd like to clarify, Planning Commission doesn't define uses as you will. I think Planning Commission's major concern here in our report, mention it in my report, is that a part of our concern was it says small professional. And I think to allow a business or contractor's office that could be considered up to 25,000 square feet, I wouldn't necessarily consider that small. And with this being just a standard rezoning, without us seeing any details, that's where our challenge is with the language that's provided for us within the Gibsonton Community Plan.
All right. Thank you so much. Mr. Grady, anything else?
I would just say, certainly, I think what staff was attempting to do was sort of, again, in recognition of the discussion regarding consistency with the comprehensive plan, sort of addressing concurrence that, based on those language in the code, that this was not falling within that metric. But yeah, certainly small business was the fact that it says it didn't reference small professional business certainly is a clarification that's appropriate, given that's the language within the comprehensive plan. Again, and I would also note that the further language talking about future rezonings, the intent was that discussing about the other properties within the corridor, how there's opportunities for redevelopment consistent within this corridor, consistent with the intent of the community plan for all the various properties along the corridor. And so there's opportunities for rezonings consistent with that, the community plan along the corridor. That was the intent of that statement. It wasn't specifically tied to this property. It's just saying if you're looking at the corridor, there's clearly opportunities for redevelopment in accordance with the community plan.
All right, understood. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. All right, we'll go back to Mr. Malloy. You have 5 minutes for a rebuttal.
William Malloy again for the record. I don't think there's anything substantive I can add. There's no reason to pile it on about small business and professionalism, et cetera, et cetera. This is, I like to think, a gray area in the comp plan that's been interpreted one way, and my interpretation strongly differs. I hate to also vocalize this. We rarely have to, but the Gibsonton Community Plan, as I understand it, is a suggestion. It's a you should. It's not a you shall. And I think we're very much in line with what it envisions for a scenic corridor or what have you. It's certainly not a scenic corridor right now. Maybe a new contractor's office is a good place to start. I'm not sure. But again, I think this request has some flexibility, some gray area, and I'd be very much appreciative if we could see it in what I consider a good planning light, which is to allow this project to go forward.
All right, thank you for that. With that, we'll close rezoning 21-1208 and go to the next case.
The next case is agenda item C2, rezoning standard 22-0025. The applicant is Yasmel Hernandez, and requested is rezone from AI to M manufacturing. Sam Bell will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Is the applicant here? Is the okay? Is the applicant here? Agenda item C1? No, I'm sorry. Agenda item C2, rezoning 22-0025. Is the applicant in the room? All right, and not online, correct? No. All right.
We can try and get in contact with the applicant, and we'll move on to the
All
next
right,
one
maybe
item
we'll
on
come
the
back to
agenda.
that. Okay, then let's hold that and go to the next case.
The next item is agenda item C3, rezoning 22-0069. The applicant is Philip W. and Mary J. Broughton. The request is rezoned from residential single family 6 to commercial general with restrictions. Chris Grandin-Leonard will provide staff recommendation under presentation by the applicant.
Good evening.
Good evening, Ms. Finch. Again, for the record, Michael Horner, 14502 North Dale Mabry Highway, Tampa 33618, representing the owners and applicants of Philip and Jean Broughton. I'll be brief, Madam Hearing Master. This is a 0.90 acre site that includes both CG and RSC 6 zoning. The CG is on the northern portion. We did not include that, of course. So the property that's being subject to rezoning is RSC 6. And we filed initially for a commercial general zoning designation. This is the southeast corner of State Road 674 and 4th Street. This is currently the Waimama Auto Parts Store. It is in the OC 20 plan sector, which you know is one of the more intensive plan categories in Hillsborough County. This has been family owned, Ms. Finch, since 1955. So quite a history here. It was a restaurant, it was a service station, it was a repair shop, and served that community for all those years with the father and grandfather. In 1983, my clients took over the business and turned it into auto parts, repair, and a tire shop. Today, it's only the auto parts store, which is Waimama Auto Parts. They have limited hours, Monday through Thursday, 7 to 6, Saturday, 7 to 3. They're closed on Sunday. There are only 4 employees. Staff essentially indicated they had 2 objections or concerns. I shouldn't say objections. One was there's an existing access driveway on the south, which is a connection here. This is 674. This is the subject site. This is the subject rezoning area. They own the entire quadrant. The second concern expressed was there are storage trailers on this property. And those trailers are located right here. There's 4 of them. It's my understanding that those storage trailers have been there for almost 30 years. I understand from my clients that code enforcement approached them some years ago. They were advised of how long they were there, did some record checking and said, no worries, no violations. But I couldn't find a formal NCU approval. So staff was concerned. Obviously, open storage is not a permitted use in the CG zoning district. So we have agreed to 2 conditions, and we have formally amended, and I do so before you tonight, to the CG restricted district. And those 2 conditions or restrictions are that we close off that access to Camp Street, which exists right here. And the second is that those trailers be removed prior to any formal site plan being filed for development review. My clients, I spoke with them. They are in agreement with those conditions. That now allows us to have unanimous recommendations of approval, consistency from the Planning Commission. I don't believe we have any opposition or any objections. My clients have been longstanding business people down in the Wamama community. The OC20 corridor designation, Ms. Finch, essentially replicates the downtown Wamama core. And here is 674, and here's our client site right here. This is 4th Street. So we are right, they are right in the middle of the downtown business district in Wamama. There's no commercial locational criteria, as you know, in OC20. We have a number of abutting uses, convenience stores, commercial uses. You can see on the eastern side, they actually have commercial uses extending into the RSC6, similar to our storage trailers. And there's also a pending widening of State Road 674 by DOT, which creates a real constraint on the front. So ultimately, the highest and best use of this building will be to construct further to the south. So with that, in fact, if you go out there tonight, if you go out there in your review tonight, I just received a photograph. My clients were so concerned that they ran out yesterday and they put up the chain link fence. This is facing north. This is Camp Street. So they took that obligation very seriously and constructed that fence to preclude that access connection. So with those amendments and agreement with those conditions, ask for your support and happy to answer any questions.
Just a quick one.
Sure.
Is the request to have all of CG uses or only the auto parts store?
Yeah, the CG stays on the auto parts store. So CG
So it
is
would be every use, just to
That's
the
right.
full, it could
That
be
is
something else in the future.
That
All
is
right, I
correct.
just wanted to ask that.
for
for the record.
flexibility purposes. That's correct.
Okay, thank you so much. I
Thank you.
appreciate it. All right, we will go to development services.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Let me bring it up. Okay. Good evening, Chris Gralinar, Development Services, presenting application 22-0069. It's rezoning residential single-family conventional 6 to commercial general restricted zoning district. The location is at 808 4th Street and 4th Street and 50801 State Road 674 in Waimama, which is located on the northeast corner of Camp Street and 4th Street. It's in the urban service area, and it's located within the Waimama community plan. The future land use designation is OC 20. Directly to the south is R6. Again, I mentioned it's currently residential single family 6. Immediately to the north is also CG. Immediately to the south is RSC 6. Zoning districts to the east, RMC 12 and CG. And zoning district immediately to the west is RSC 6. The surrounding zoning and development pattern consists of commercial to the north and single-family residential to the south. The subject parcels are directly adjacent to a convenience store property to the east, zone CG and RMC 12. The purpose of the rezoning is to allow for the future development and expansion of an existing auto supply store and mechanic business. The site is located at 808 West 4th Street, which is at the northeast corner of Camp Street and 4th Street. The parcel is located in an area comprised of commercial to the north and residential to the south. To the east is a convenience store with the combined CG and RMC 12 zoning. To the west is single-family residential. It is our zoned OSC 20 future land use. The planning staff concerns regarding the proposed access to Camp Street. Staff believes that the proposed access would change the character of the neighborhood and not allow for the separation of uses. Per the future land use element policy 16.5, development of higher density non-residential land uses that are adjacent to development of higher density non-residential land uses that are adjacent to established neighborhoods shall be restricted to collectors and arterials and to locations external to established and developing neighborhoods. Staff also has concerns regarding existing open storage on site. This use is not allowed per the CG zoning district and not envisioned in the Waimama Village Community Plan. The applicant has offered restrictions to mitigate these compatibility concerns. The prior to site development approval, the applicant shall remove the existing trailer storage vehicles and from the site prior to any building permit issuance for the subject property under CG zoning. This proposed building will be used to store those items and will extend south of the existing building. For any CG operation of this establishment, cones will be utilized immediately with formal fencing proposed across the south property line, which you saw that the applicant has done already with the picture showed by Mr. Horner. After the submittal of the proposed restrictions by the applicant and the Planning Commission, we have found the proposed use consistent with the comprehensive plan. We concur with the assessment. It's rezoning to RSC 6 to CGR. Based on the official Office Commercial 20 future land use classification, the surrounding zoning and development pattern, and the proposed uses for the CG restricted zoning district, staff finds the request approval with the restrictions already noted. I'll be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Questions at this time. Thank you so much. Planning Commission, please.
Unica Mills Planning Commission staff, the subject property is located within the Office Commercial 20 future land use classification, the urban service area, in the Waimama Village community planning area. The proposed rezoning meets the intent of policy 1.4 as it is compatible with the surrounding area that has commercial general zoning with commercial general uses. The south portion of the property is currently vacant and the north portion is occupied by the Waimama Auto Parts store and service. The area is characterized with light commercial uses, mostly consisting of retail, restaurants, and quasi-public uses. The rezoning from RSC 6 to CGR would align with the goal and character of the area as the Waimama Village Plan, which designates along State Road 674 as a commercial corridor. The proposed rezoning meets the intent of Objective 8, 8.1, and 8.2 of the future land use element that require proposed land uses to meet the intent of the future land use map. The subject's future land use classification being office commercial 20 and CG zoning district is permitted within that future land use classification according to Appendix A within the future land use element. The property currently has open storage. A restriction has been placed on the approval for the removal of the outdoor storage prior to site development. The subject site meets the intent of Objective 16, Policy 16.2, and 16.3 regarding the protection of adjacent land uses through various buffering and screening measures. The subject site has existing commercial use to the north property boundary and is vacant to the south. The intent of the rezoning is to expand the commercial use to the south. The property is located to the south of 674, and as previously mentioned, the Waimama Village Community Plan has this area designated suitable for commercial. The request with the restrictions and no access to Camp Street and the removal of outdoor storage prior to site development is consistent with the Waimama Village Plan Goals 3, 4, and 7. The request is expanding commercial uses that align with the community plan. And based on those considerations, Planning Commission staff found the proposed rezoning consistent with the future of Hillsborough, subject to restrictions proposed by Development Services Department. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? Seeing no one, anyone in opposition to this request? I see no one. Mr. Grady, anything else?
Nothing further.
All right, Mr. Horner, you have the last word if you'd like it. All right, thank you. Then with that, we'll close rezoning 22-0069. Any word on the prior case with no applicant before we move on?
Not at this point. We'll
All right,
the next one.
keep that on hold and move on.
Next item is C4 rezoning standard 22-0070. The applicant is Joseph L. Lancaster. The request is rezone from commercial general to the commercial intensive with restrictions. Isis Brown will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Good evening again.
Good evening, Ms. Finch. Last one. Michael Horter for the record, 14502 North Delmarva Highway, Tampa, 33618. I'm representing Joe Lancaster and Roller Coat Industries. This is regarding 10105 East US 92, Ms. Finch, south of US 92, just east of Falkenberg Road. It's 1.6 acres. It is currently zoned CG, and it's in the UMU 20 plan sector and urban service area. We're seeking CI restricted. This comes to you with unanimous recommendations of approval, findings of consistency from the Planning Commission. We have no objections from any review agencies. There are no wetlands on site. We appreciate staff working with us. We had some recent amendments that I'll go into in just a moment. This is a major commercial corridor, as you know, US Highway 92. The Falkenberg 92 intersection is a major intersection, commercial uses throughout. We also have a number of IPD uses and districts in that area, including the immediate use and parcel to the east, which lies here, which is the current operation of our client. They received that IPD2 approval back in 1991. I'm going to file a copy of the site plan in the record for you. That was for a number of uses, including 15,000 square feet of manufacturing. They also have repair facilities, a little bit of open storage in the back area covered. That is not changing. There's also an IPD2 approved directly across US 92. It also has approval for similar uses. We have reviewed and agreed with all the operations and conditions noted. Staff approached us and indicated they want to make sure that this was a operation that fit in the CI district. We have agreed after researching it further. We hereby document consistency with 61161, which is minor industries under the LDC. That is a conditional use in the CI district. That's why we need the CI zoning in place. The two criteria in the minor industry classification require no greater than 30,000 square feet and no greater than 100 employees, which is pretty substantial. This will only have 4 to 5 employees and will be less than 30,000 square feet. Unlike the abutting IPD2 to the east, that was approved for 15,000 square feet of repair service, another 12,000 square feet of storage warehousing. This parcel will have no open storage. Again, only 4 employees and high-end specialized automated machines. We amended our transmittal memorandum. Ms. Finch and I will file a copy because it is in conflict. I should say it clarifies the initial narrative on the type of uses. So I will file that in the record. It's already in the record because we amended it a couple weeks ago. The hours of operation are Monday through Friday, 6 to 3:30, shipping and receiving to 5 p.m. only. No weekend activities. Again, no evenings. This also relays and parlays into the LDC section under that conditional use review for minor industry. Also section 609.02 to .09, which addresses dust emission, noise, vibration, chemicals, storage, all of those items that our client has to demonstrate to the county, which we have no problem doing. This is a very clean, high-tech operation. So we have no wetlands on site. We have a copy of that 91 plan for your review to the east. I'm not aware of any objections. We're seeking no waivers. We're seeking no variances. In fact, Ms. Finch, this is the 91 site plan. So this is the subject site. This is the approved IPD2 to the east. And you will note on our subject site, it actually truncates much further north than the south extent of this IPD. This is the Ironworkers Union, storage hall behind. This is the intersection of Falkenberg, a number of commercial uses. This area is heavily vegetated and quite dense, so we don't have any buffer screening issues. Staff has indicated they support. We agree to those restrictions, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
No questions at this time. but
Thank you very much.
Development Services.
Good evening, Isis Brown, Development Services. Can you hear me and see my presentation?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Reporting case, oops. All right. The applicant is requesting rezone from a commercial general CG zoning district to the proposed commercial intensive with restrictions zoning district. The proposed zoning district for CIR permits intensive commercial, office, and personal services development on lots containing a minimum of 20,000 square feet. The site is located 10105 East Highway 92 in Tampa, Florida, also aka East Hillsborough Avenue. It's approximately 265 feet east of the intersection of Falkenberg Road and East 92nd Highway. It's located in the urban service area, and it's located in the East Lake Orient Park Community Plan area. The future land use designation on here, it's urban mixed use 20. Immediately to the north, it's UMU 12. To the southeast and west, it's also the UMU 20. Current density, it's 20 dwelling units per gross acre or 1.0 FAR. The proposed density is approximate, it's 0.30, approximately 1,693 square feet. The zonings immediately to the north, which is actually the highway. It's IPD 2 9121 and CG. The PD 910121 is warehouse, and the commercial aspect is a clubhouse. To this immediately to the south is zoned AR, and that's vacant. To the east, IPD 780303. All right, the site is located in an area comprised of light industrial, mixed, and commercial uses, and rural agricultural. The majority of the area to the north, east, and west of the subject property is within the CMU 12 and UMU 20 flume category, which has a potential to permit light industrial, commercial, office, and multi-purpose uses. All right, the site is adjacent to commercial and industrial type use properties. The adjacent properties are zoned IPD 290-121 and CG to the north, CG to the west, AR to the south, and IPD 2 780303 to the east. Therefore, from a compatibility perspective, the most potential impacted property would be to the AR zone to the south, per the LDC, a 20-foot buffer with a 6-foot solid screen and a 10-foot evergreen planted on 20-foot center is required along the southern border. Furthermore, any structures subject parcel over 20 feet in height will be required to a setback of an additional 2 feet for 1 foot of structure height over 20 feet. The applicant proposed use restrictions include the following. All operations will be conducted within an enclosed building. Building height restricted to 1 story of 25 feet, and permitted uses shall be limited to minor industry with no open storage. Therefore, given the adjacent zoning development pattern, staff finds that the site characteristics required buffering, screenings, and setbacks, and the proposed use restrictions provide appropriate mitigation for the potential impacts of the proposed rezoning. The applicant is proposing a rezone from CG to CIR. Based on the above considerations, staff finds that the request is approvable with the following restrictions. As stated before, all operations will be conducted within the enclosed building. Building height restrictions to 1 story of 25 feet, and permitted uses shall be limited to minor industry with no open storage. This ends my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
No questions at this time, but thank you for your presentation. Planning Commission, please.
Unica Mills Planning Commission staff, the subject property is located within the urban mixed use 20 future land use category. It's also located within the urban service area and the East Lake Orient Park community planning area. The proposed rezoning meets the intent of policy 1.4 as it's compatible with surrounding area that has several manufacturing uses in proximity to the subject site. Concrete recycling facility is located to the north and northeast, and a polyurethane manufacturing facility is located to the east and southeast. The proposed rezoning meets the intent of Objective 8, Policy 8.1 and 8.2 that require proposed land uses to meet the intent of the future land use map designation and the goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan. The subject site, future land use category of urban mixed use 20 in the proposed zoning district of CIR. As mentioned above, manufacturing is permitted as long as it's considered a minor industry. The community design component of the future land use element also contains policy direction about designing developments that relate to the predominant character of the surrounding area. And that's community development goal 12. It further states that new development should recognize the existing community and be designed in a way that's compatible with the established character of the area. And that's objective 12-1. The request is consistent with the economic development objectives of the East Lake Orient Park Community Plan and meets the intent of objective 26 and policy 26.5 that seeks to incentivize non-residential properties to help provide industrial and employment areas for securing longer-term economic development. The proposed use will help provide new jobs to the area. And based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning consistent with the Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to conditions proposed by Development Services Department. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in favor of this application? All right. Seeing no one, anyone in opposition that would like to speak? No one online. All right. Mr. Grady, anything else?
Nothing further.
Mr. Horner, you have 5 minutes for rebuttal.
Thank you. Don't need it, Michael Horner. I just want to clarify, we agree the 25-foot maximum height. I forgot to mention that. And I may have confused or misrepresented the petition number on that Eastern IPD. Staff has it at 78,303. We had it at, I think, 121. What I can attest to is the site plan that we filed is the correct site plan for that IPD. So I'll stand corrected if what our representation is not accurate.
All right.
Thank you.
Fair enough. Thank you so much. We'll close rezoning 22-0070 and go to the next case.
The next item is agenda item D1, rezoning PD 21-0626. The applicant is Francisco J. Otero Cosio. The request is rezoned from RSC 9 and PD to planned development. Michelle Heinrich will provide staff recommendation under presentation by the applicant.
Good evening.
Good evening. Francisco J. Otero Casio, 13014 North Del Mabry Highway. And we are proposing to rezone the property located at 7911 East Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard from current zoning of PD to RSC 9 to allow for multifamily. The site consists of a total of 6.3 acres, of which 1.18 acres are wetland. Less than 25% of the site are wetland. The site has a split zoning of RSC 9 and PD. The split zoning lot has a dual future land use of OC 20 and R9. We are requesting to utilize the flex of the OC 20 area to the entire parcel to maximize the number of units potential. This utilization of the flex will allow a max of 127 units. The proposed development will consist of 7 buildings with a total of only 112 units, with a clubhouse and meet all required parking regulations. The proposed project is in this urban service area and will be connecting to public water and wastewater services. Objective 16 of the future land use of Hillsborough County pertains to neighborhood protection. It reads, the neighborhood is the functional unit of community development. There is a need to protect existing neighborhoods, communities, and those that will emerge in the future. Our proposed rezoning and future development would adhere to this objective 16. We will be providing the necessary buffering between uses. We will fully comply with FDOT guidelines, right-of-way access, and meet the development codes of Hillsborough County of construction. Objective 16 continues to preserve, protect, and enhance neighborhoods and communities. All new development must conform to the following policies. Policy 16.1, established and planned neighborhoods and communities shall be protected by restricting incompatible land uses to the mechanisms such as Hillsborough County future land use. A, locational criteria for placement of non-residential uses as identified in this plan. B, limiting commercial development and residential land use categories to neighborhood scale. And C, requiring buffer areas and screening devices between unlike land uses. Our proposed request will limit commercial development and residential land use in that we will not be requesting any commercial for our project, strictly multifamily residential. The proposed request will provide required buffer areas and screening devices between like and unlike uses. Policy 16.2, gradual transitions of intensities between different land uses shall be provided for as new development is proposed and approved through the use of professional site planning, buffering, and screening techniques and control specific land uses. Our request will have a gradual transition between intensities in that we will incorporate professional planning engineers and landscape architects during the permitting process and acquiring the building permit once zoning is approved. Buffering and screening techniques, again, will be incorporated and highlighted throughout our project. Policy 16.3, development and redevelopment shall be integrated with the adjacent land uses through A, the creation of like uses, B, creation of complementary uses, C, mitigation of adverse impacts, and D, transportation and pedestrian connections. In relation to policy 16.2, our request has taken into consideration all points A through D. Our request would create a complementary use to the existing single-family neighborhood by providing affordable multifamily accommodations. We feel our request will meet a strong demand for housing. We will mitigate all adverse impacts by working with the proper agencies to limit adverse impacts and meeting and exceeding their guidelines and recommendations. In relation to transportation and pedestrian connections, the project will meet or exceed all applicable Hillsborough County and FDOD guidelines during permitting process. Policy 16.4. Oh, one more thing. We realize there are wetlands on the site, and we will be working with EPC to acquire the proper permits. Policy 16.4, to prevent the bisecting of established communities, the impact of major roadway and similar corridor projects on existing communities shall be evaluated by citizens and other affected parties through inclusion in the pre-design evaluation of alternates, including route selection. We have been working again with FDOT and have been addressing comments. Transportation Department and the Transportation Department listened to our requests and will incorporate into our site plan and design and fully comply with all applicable codes and recommendations during permitting. Policy 16.5, development of higher intensity, non-residential land uses that are adjacent to established neighborhoods shall be restricted to collectors and arterials and to locations external to established and developing neighborhoods. Our site is on East Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, which is major collateral arterial. We feel our site is greatly situated for our proposed development. Our justification to the Flex OC20 throughout the site. We feel the site meets the intent of the Hillsborough County Land Development Code and future land use element. We are requesting to rezone the subject parcel from planned development and residential single-family conventional RSC9 to planned development to allow for 112 multi-family units utilizing the flex provision. The subject parcel is on a major collateral. There is no density on the adjacent land to the west of our parcel. The adjacent parcel directly west to our parcel is mostly conservation area and or wetland with the future land use of OC20. Our subject parcel is located again in the urban service area. Future land use element objective 1 states importantly, Hillsborough County shall proactively direct new growth into the urban service area with the goal that at least 80% of all population growth will occur within the urban service area. Our subject parcel is located on approximately 6.3 acres, again, within the southwest quadrant of East Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. Future land use policy 1.7 states the county will create incentives to make development within the urban service area desirable and cost affordable. Such incentives may include, but are not limited to, expedited review processes, retrofitting existing development, increased density bonuses, tax incentives, impact fee structuring, and rezoning of vacant underutilized lands to achieve planned densities. Based on the criteria of policy 1.7, we feel our request and site meets them. Our site is directly in the urban service area, and the rezoning of this vacant underutilized parcel will meet the criteria of policy 1.7 of the future land use of Hillsborough County. Future land use policy 7.4 states that the criteria for consideration of the flex request are as follows: the availability and adequacy of public facilities to serve the proposed development accommodated by the flex, the compatibility with surrounding land uses and their density and intensity, the utilization of the flex, further other goals, objectives, and policies of the future land use element. The subject parcel, again, is in the urban service area and is stated at various times throughout this narrative is on a major corridor. Future land use objective 12 states all new development and redevelopment should be serviced with transportation systems that meet or exceed the adopted levels of service established by Hillsborough County. The subject parcel is directly serviced by public transportation, Heartline service to Hillsborough County. There's an existing bus stop directly in the front of our parcel. As for the utilization of the flex to further other goals, in addition to the future land use element policies already mentioned, specifically objective 16 and policy number 16.1, 16.2, 16.3, 16.4 and 16.5. FLU Go 1 states efficiently utilize land, optimize economic benefits while ensuring a choice of lifestyles and protecting natural resources. Our request and subject parcel meets goal number 1. We are proposing a development that will give economic benefits and provide a lifestyle choice. The neighborhood provides single-family residency and housing, and now we will be providing a much-needed choice of multifamily. Our proposed development will provide families and will service the industrial manufacturing area to the south. The choice to live in an affordable and self-sufficient multifamily community with public transportation and conservation area they can enjoy. The project is in the urban service area and will provide much-needed service to the area. We have received from County Zoning, Transportation, and the Planning Commission has found our petition consistent with conditions which we are fully aware of and agree to them. In conclusion, I've been involved in many projects, rezonings throughout the year, and this one I'm very excited about in that it would do some good in the community and provide a much-needed need. Thank you.
I have just a couple of questions. I understand the wetland impacts is the jurisdiction of EPC, and that is a subsequent review
Yes, ma'am.
past this point. But I just want to understand, as the site plan is laid out, there's a connection between the two parcels across that existing drainage ditch in the wetlands, correct?
Yes.
Is that a bridge? What is that?
As of right now, we've been working with the Transportation Department, and we are, that's going to be the only impact to that wetland is going to be a connector bridge. Yes.
Okay. For both cars and pedestrians?
Yes. And we're going to actually be, and this was, we had a virtual meeting with Transportation, and basically that was brought up. It must include cars and pedestrian. So we're going to incorporate, a pedestrian-friendly bridge and cars, yes.
All right. And so the only access point is is that the north, I believe, to Dr. Martin Luther King Boulevard, correct?
And we went through a pre-submittal through FDOT and also been working with Mr. Ratcliffe Transportation. And they found that our petition consistent, but yet that question, they have conditions based on that approval.
Okay. So if the wetland impacts and the vehicular and pedestrian crossing are not approved by EPC, that whole western side is not accessible, correct? Because am I looking at this plan correctly that one side of your project, you have to cross the wetland to get to the access to MLK?
Yes,
is that correct?
Proposed. Yeah, that's correct.
Okay,
Yes.
so that's how it's intended,
Yes.
through that single access.
Yes.
All right, that was my only question.
Thank
Thank you so much. If you could please sign in.
Thanks.
Development Services, please.
Hi, good evening. This is Michelle Heinrich, Development Services. I am going to share my screen. And are you able to see that, Ms. Finch?
I am.
Okay, great. Let me just hit play. And as you heard, this is PD application 210626. It is a request from the present zoning of RSC 9 and PD to a new PD to allow for 112 multifamily units. It does involve a flex request of the OC20 future land use category, which is partially within the site. The site itself is slightly over 6 acres in size. It is located in the East Lake Orient Park community. And as you heard, it is located on the south side of Dr. M.L. King Jr. Boulevard, west of US Highway 301. As I stated, the property does have 2 future land use categories on it. On the map here, you'll see in the bright red, that is the OC20 future land use category. And to the south of that, in the lighter orange, is the Res 9 future land use category. These are suburban and urban categories. They allow for both residential and non-residential uses. And of course, different densities. In the Res 9, you have the maximum of 9 units per acre. And in the OC20, the maximum of 20 units per acre. With the flex request, it will cover the entire parcel. So the density that's being requested reflects as if the whole parcel was in the OC20 future land use category. As the applicant stated, the area is surrounded by residential development. To the north is RSC 6 zoning developed with single-family residential. That's also found to the south and the east, a bit more intense in the RSC 9 zoning district. To the west is zoning PD and RDC 12, with just outside of this picture, there is some duplex development. The area that is directly adjacent to them is used by FDOT, so that's currently vacant. Here on this slide, we have a zoomed in view of the proposed site plan. And as stated, the applicant is proposing a maximum of 112 units, which would be 17 units per acre, which is below the 20 units per acre future land use flex. The applicant is proposing that all buildings be at least 20 feet from all PD boundaries, and this is comparable to the RMC 20 zoning district standards. The applicant has requested a maximum height of 50 feet, 4 stories, and the buildings will comply with the 2-to-1 setback along the south and east due to the presence of the single-family residential. This is slightly taller than the RMC 20 zoning district standard, which require or has a maximum building height of 45 feet. Lastly, the applicant is going to provide a 20-foot buffer with type B screening, and that will include a 6-foot high wall along the western, southern, and eastern PD boundaries, and this does exceed the LDC requirements. Based on all of these factors, the support of the OC20 future land use flex at that density, the compatibility due to the layout and development standards proposed, and the fact that we received no objections from reviewing agencies, we do find this approvable subject to conditions, and I'm available if you have any questions.
No questions at this time, but thank you. Planning Commission.
Unica Mills Planning Commission staff, the subject parcel is located within the Office Commercial 20 and Residential 9 future land use classifications. It's also located within the urban service area and the East Lake Orient Community Park Community Planning Area. The subject property is located within the urban service area and meets, and as per policy 1.2 of the future land use element, the site must satisfy minimum density requirements. The request meets policy 1.2. As outlined in policy 7.4 in the future land use element, the applicant is seeking a flex request of the Office Commercial 20 portion of the subject site over the entire parcel for greater density. According to the application, the flex request is justified because the subject site is located within the urban service area and is compatible with the surrounding development pattern. Providing housing in this area provides revitalization as there are opportunities, providing housing in this area provides for revitalization as there are opportunities for employment as the uses to the south and east of the subject site are primarily industrial as well as manufacturing in nature. The site is well serviced by transit bus stop located near the site. The applicant contends that the flex furthers policy 1.7 of the future land use element as an incentive to provide greater density to an underutilized parcel of land to create desirable and cost-affordable housing within the urban service area. Planning Commission staff have reviewed the flex requests and concur with the applicant that they meet the justification requirement for the flex request and advise that the Board of County Commissioners approve the flex request. The proposed density and residential development would allow for uses that are compatible with the surrounding development pattern, meeting Objective 16, Policy 16.1, 16.2, and 16.3. The application proposes a full access onto Dr. Martin Luther King Boulevard, which is an arterial road and therefore meets the intent of Policy 16.3 of the future land use element. The application has demonstrated sufficient internal and The property is located within the limits of the East Lake Park Community Plan. The community plan supports affordable housing and therefore is consistent with the request. Wetlands are located on the subject parcel. The EPC Wetlands Division has reviewed the proposed rezoning. In the site's plan's current configuration, a resubmittal is not necessary. And based on those considerations, Planning Commission staff found the proposed plan development consistent with the future Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan, subject to conditions proposed by Development Services Department. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? Anyone in favor? Seeing no one. Anyone in opposition to this request? No one. All right. Development Services, anything else?
Nothing further.
All right. We'll go back to the applicant. You have 5 minutes for rebuttal if you so choose.
Thank you. Yeah, going back to the wetland mitigation again, we were up on this request, we allowed 20 units per acre. We decided to go down to 17 per acre to, have the less impact. We want to have the less impact on the wetlands possible. So like, again, we've been working with EPC in the design of our project, and they found, our design consistent. But we still realize that even with the approval of this zoning application, we still have to go through the proper permitting, which we're aware of. But we feel confident. We request your approval.
All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Then with that, we'll close rezoning PD 21-0626 and go to the next case.
Madam Hearing Officer, we usually take a break around 8 o'clock. So
It is 8 o'clock. You are
Yes.
correct. All right. Then thank you for that. And we'll take a break for 5 minutes. And so we'll come back about 8:05. All right, welcome back to the December 13th, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing. We are back, and Mr. Grady, we are ready to call the next case.
The next item is agenda item D2, major mod application 21-0884. The applicant's Build to Suit Incorporated. The request is for a major modification of existing plan development. Tanya Chappelle will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant. I will note for the record that just one procedural issue with this one. This one will be heard at the January 13th, 2022 BOCC land use meeting. You're as to accommodate that accommodation to go to the January 13th BOCC land use meeting. Your report will be filed on January 3rd. So I just wanted to again note for the record for anyone attending or listening online that this item will be heard at the January 13th 2022 BOCC land use meeting, which is actually a Thursday at 9 a.m. And your report will be filed on January 3rd.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you so much. Is the applicant here? Good evening.
Outside, you called item D2?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, Ms. Finch. My name is John Grandoff. My address is Suite 3700 Bank of America Plaza, and I have the pleasure of representing Build to Suit in this application this evening. It's a major modification of an existing plan development. I'm joined this evening by four professionals from the Bowman Consulting and Engineering Company. Mr. Tim Johnson, Malaya Storham, Nim Robinson, Danielle Harado. And I'll cut to the chase. This application is simply to allow 15,000 square feet of business professional office and 10,000 square feet of religious assembly uses. We've been granted a design exception and variance by Mr. Mike Williams' office. The property is located on the north side of Waters Avenue.
Mr. Grandoff, if I could just interrupt your presentation, just because you mentioned what the request is, and I just have a question about how the zoning condition regarding the permitted uses reads and what your intent is. So as I understand it, the request is for 15,000 square feet of business professional office uses plus 10,000 square feet for a church and accessory, or is the 10,000 square feet included in the 15?
The church will be no longer there. We'll build the BPO office.
I see. Well, then.
Which sentence are you can?
It's zoning condition 1 in the staff report.
Mm-hmm.
And it reads, the project is permitted a maximum of 41 single-family homes and 15,000 square feet of business professional office uses, including is a new word.
I'm sorry. Yes, you're right. Including a maximum of 10,000 square feet for church and accessory uses, which is existing. The church is existing at this time.
Okay, but it's 15,000 plus 10,000. Is that
Right.
correct?
That's right.
Okay, I just needed to clarify that. Please continue.
One second. The site plan here. See that come up? Okay. Okay. Excuse me. Here's Waters Avenue. We're on the north side of Waters. Firecracker Drive here. Typical access, will come off of Waters onto Firecracker. No access on Waters. County engineering did not want access on Waters. Firecracker is a publicly dedicated right of way, right into the use, exit, Parking, we're way in excess of parking, according to county code. We have these conditions which are acceptable to our client. On compatibility, county staff finds that the introduction of 15,000 square feet of office use would not be incompatible with the existing development pattern of the area. The proposed uses are to be added or comparable to the BPO. It does not create further incompatibilities with the surrounding area. Given the above, the staff finds the proposed modification to be compatible with the surrounding properties and in keeping with the general development pattern of the area. Staff recommends approval subject to conditions. I know the staff will recite much more of that for you, but that is our application in summary, and I will close at this point and return on rebuttal if necessary.
All right, thank you so much. If you could please sign in with the clerk's office. Development Services.
Good evening, Tanya Chapella. I wrote the report with the understanding that there was a maximum of 15,000 square feet of business professional office uses. I spoke with the applicant over the phone, and the idea was to memorialize the church entitlements. It seemed like there was a confusion. The applicant and myself were reading a file where it was written as commercial neighborhood uses instead of BPO uses. So at the time of filing, that was the best condition we could work with. And that is new for myself, adding the 10,000 plus the 15,000. I don't think the planning commission is considering both numbers in their findings.
All right, so in your understanding, and that's why I asked, because it's two different ways in the report. One is it says the request is for 15,000. Well, actually, no, it is. You're correct. It is the same way. It says 15,000 as business professional, including to me reads it's encompassed within the 15, which is what you're saying.
That is correct,
Okay.
because I just talked to the applicant, he misspoke, that space is encompassing. It's effectively what it's saying is that until such time that the office gets built, the church is there and can encompass 10,000 of the total 15,000. So it's not additive. It's just acknowledging the ability for the church to remain there until such time as office develops on the property up to 15,000. So it's acknowledging the 10,000 square foot existing church within so it's not additive to the 15,000. So it's just
to make sure I understand. So it's right now they could only, if the church is existing at 10,000, they could only have 5,000 square feet of BPO uses. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay.
The including is misleading, and
Yes.
I think it's trying to say that the church can stay there for the time being, but the church will no longer be there if the building's built.
yes.
I see. So at some point, the church use will go away, and the BPO uses could be 15,000.
Right.
I got you.
And I
Okay.
appreciate Ms. Chapella's condition. She was trying to protect the church in the interim, but that clarifies it.
I see.
Yeah.
That's the word confused me. All right.
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Chapella, it seems we're all on the same page now. So you want to continue?
I'll share my presentation. I'm sharing the wrong page. I'm so sorry. Yeah. I'm sharing the wrong page. I apologize. I'm taking this time.
We see your presentation.
Tanya Chappelle, Development Services. This is a major modification to an existing plan development. For the record, the staff report contains a typo in the conditions of approval 1.31. It does not reflect the requested BPO entitlements. So it shall state 15,000 square feet and not 7,000 square feet as it currently does. So I'll be submitting a revised report as soon as possible. Then the applicant seeks to amend an existing plan development to allow the increase of the BPO uses. The proposed BPO PD district is approximately 3 acres in size and is located in the town and country area. The parcel is in the urban service area. The site is within the Res 6 future land use, which allows a low residential densities and maximum floor area ratio of 0.25 for non-residential development. Surrounding areas have similar future land uses. The area is primarily residential with commercial and office uses developed along West Waters Avenue, serving the town and country community. To the south of the property, across West Waters Avenue, is a lot zone BPO developed with medical offices. Within the same PD are two other properties deemed for commercial purposes and developed with medical offices and professional services offices. Adjacent to the east is a commercially zoned property occupied by services and health practitioners office development. Single-family residential development exists within the PD. Adjacent to the north is a single-family residential subdivision development developed with conventional homes. The applicant is requesting to modify the southeastern parcel of that PD containing religious assembly uses to allow 15,000 square feet of business, professional office zoning district uses. As we discussed, those are including 10,000 square feet of religious assembly uses. Staff recommends approval. There is a couple of waivers and PD variations, including a 50 feet high building, which shall be permitted at 50 feet from the east PD boundary. We also work with a 6 feet fence and an existing 20 feet vegetative area, which is existing, that shall be required as a screening along the north PD boundary. There is also a couple of variances required waivers. Well, a couple of requests to allow a 6 feet landscape buffer on a portion of the lot which is adjacent to the folios 4529-9046 and 4529-9040. Also, the access to this property shall be restricted to the publicly maintained portions of Firecracker Drive, and an administrative variance will waive the substandard road improvements required by Section 60403 of the Land Development Code. This concludes my presentation. I'm available for questions.
Just a quick question about the waiver. It references LDC section 60101, the end note 8, which I believe is the 2-to-1 building setback for buildings over 20 feet. I just want to clarify what the actual waiver is. Is the requirement, the setback requirement, if they adhered to that 2-to-1 setback, 60 feet and 80 feet? Is that correct? That's what would be required?
It will be required 80 feet.
So-
And they're proposing 60.
Okay, because the staff report says at 50 feet from the eastern property line. I'm just trying to quantify exactly what the waiver request is. Meaning, what's the requirement and what are they
Madam Hearing Officer,
providing?
the requirement would be, they're proposing, based on the conditions, again, 50 feet. The requirement, the setback, the 60 feet is referencing what the setback would be for a 50-foot building height, but that's added to the buffer. So, and again, the buffer along the eastern boundary where adjacent to residential is 20 feet. Therefore, that's what the requirement is 80 feet.
Okay,
So, yeah, but they are proposing 50 feet,
all right, so the waiver request is a 30-foot
effectively
reduction.
30 feet. Yeah.
Okay, that's what I'm trying
It's,
to get to.
yeah, it's effectively because since it's added to the buffer.
Because it includes the buffer.
Yeah,
All
yeah.
right. Understood. Thank you so much. That was it, Ms. Chapella. Thank you so much. Planning Commission.
Unica Mills Planning Commission staff, the subject parcel is located within the residential 6 future land use classification, the urban service area, and the town and country community planning area. The request meets policy 1.4, which requires all new developments to be compatible with the surrounding development pattern. The subject site is located within the residential 6 future land use category. Business professional office uses are permitted within this category. The proposed rezoning meets the intent of future land use element policy 16.1, 16.2, 16.3, and 16.5 of the future land use element regarding neighborhood protection. The applicant contends that the proposed parking is sited such that a significant amount of space, approximately 160 feet, will separate it from the residential uses adjacent to the northern property boundary. The existing wall shielding and gated residential community and heavily vegetated open space provided in the rear of the site will provide adequate buffering as intended by the code regarding screening. The subject request also meets future land use element policy 22.6, exception to commercial locational criteria for office uses. Notes that an exception for office uses may be made for commercial locational criteria when the subject site is proposed as a buffer between existing commercial and residential uses. The subject site meets this exception. The proposed request also meets the intent of the Town and Country Community Plan. The Town and Country Community Plan recognizes the intersection of Henley and Waters Avenue as a secondary town center. And based on those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed request consistent with the Future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan, subject to conditions proposed by Development Services. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? Anyone in favor? Seeing no one, anyone in opposition to this request? Yes. How many do we have? If you could raise your hands. 3, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. 6? Do we have 6? Okay, that's fine. Anybody online to speak in opposition? All right. If you could go ahead and come up and line up. You have 15 minutes total. So we'll say 2 minutes apiece, and then if you go a little over, that would be fine. But if you, Michael, give me 2 minutes each as they begin to speak. And if you could come up one at a time and just give us your name and address before you speak.
Yes,
Thank you so much.
My name is you're welcome.
Here, you
My
bring
name
this to you.
here.
Pull this down. There you go. Perfect.
Yes, my name is Maria Alvarez. I live in 6920 Silver Sage Circle, Tampa, Florida, 33634.
If you could come a little closer, yeah, just so we can hear you. Thank you.
We are here to say that we opposed to the builder's plan. And also, we totally disagree on the entrance that they want to do on Firecracker. There is an existing entrance on Waters Avenue, so we don't understand why it has to be on Firecracker, where we have to go through our neighborhood. So, and also, unfortunately, my glass are broke. And I would like to give you this because I can't read.
Absolutely. You can submit them into the clerk's. When you're done, you can submit them. Absolutely. Okay. Okay, no problem. You can submit them and sign in with the clerk's office, and then I'll be able to review them. Thank you. Next, please.
Good evening, Madam Finch. This is Hung Pham, 6929 Silver Sage Circle. I'm a resident here at the Water's Edge community. Again, my neighbors in here all strongly object to this application for 3 reasons. One, this HOA and this community has been actually paying for and financially supporting the maintenance of this road. Although there's a right of way on it, the record on our records show that we have been maintaining it. We've been refixing the asphalt, maintaining the lights and everything else. For us to be asked to have another private entity use the road that we are currently maintaining and adding additional traffic and wear and tear to it, we feel is unjust and unethical. Having lived in this community for almost 10 years, we know the traffic pattern that happens as you exit Firecracker and turn left into Waters. Any more than 2 vehicles, there's a stacking problem along the median of Waters Avenue heading towards west. Along with all the ongoing traffic or heading east, and then all the ongoing traffic from Waters West going into the turn lane into the business medical community across the street from the proposed property. This is a constant traffic hazard. By adding additional traffic to Firecracker and introducing this into a 3-way intersection, we feel that it's just going to cause additional traffic and burden to our community. The existing church, we believe, is less than 10,000 square feet. It's probably closer to 5,000 or 7,000 square feet. That on Sundays and when they do have their business hours, there is quite a bit of congestion, and they're parking along all property open spaces. Having the existing drive, which is a right in and right out, helps control that traffic from congesting onto the 3-way of Firecracker and Waters Avenue. The other thing we'd like to add is we object strongly to any waivance to the variance for the buffer of 60 to, from 80 to 60. This is a residential community on the north side as well as on the west side. Although we do have some trees buffering on the north side of the proposed property, having a 50-foot building will hinder our view, as well as we believe it's going to adversely affect our community. It's not within the urban fiber of Waters Avenue. There's no businesses along that area that are 2 stories or 50 feet high. There's no reason why we should have to accept that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for coming down. If you could please sign in with the clerk's office. Thank you so much. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Mahindra Patel, 6906 Silver Sage Circle, Tampa. I'm opposing these new developments. As other guy discussed everything, so I'm not going to discuss anymore.
All right. Thank you for coming down. I appreciate it. Yes, sir. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Malik Patel. Address is 6902 Silver Sage Circle. My friend, whatever he said, I'm totally agreeing with it, and I totally oppose this proposal.
All right. Thank you so much for coming down. Yes, sir. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Bhadresh Patel, and 6916 Silver Sage Circle. I agree with oppose the proposal, and I agree with my friend. Thank you.
Thank you for coming down. Please sign in. All right. Yes, ma'am. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. My name is Hong Pham, and 6929 Silver Sage Circle. That's my address. I'm here to oppose the proposal today. I agree whatever everything that he say, and also not only that, it's caused anxiety with construction going on like next to our neighbor, because the road is very it's already narrow, and also it's only a couple 100 square feet. It's not really long. So like he say, like it's only 2 cars already parked, like causing traffic. So I'm strongly opposite for this proposal.
All right.
Thank you so much.
For your comments. If you could please sign in. Anyone else that would like to speak in opposition? No one online, just confirming, right? Okay. All right. Then we'll close that portion of the hearing and we'll go back to development services. Mr. Grady, any comments?
Couple comments regarding house cleaning, then again regarding transportation, the access issues. If you want to hear from Mr. Ratliff, certainly you can. Regarding the issue about the church, I would just to clarify it, I would suggest me for a second. I would suggest to clarify that, adding some language at the end of that sentence, basically saying that, you know, including a maximum 10,000 square feet for a church and accessory use as accessory uses as an interim use until such time as redevelopment of the site with office. That way it clarifies that. We can also clean up the report regarding the 2-to-1 setback requirement just to make it a little more clear in the report on that. But again, questions regarding the reason for the access to the existing access to being closed off. I think Mr. Ratliff can speak to that.
All right. Yes, Mr. Ratliff, if you could address the comments from the opposition, especially the prohibition of the access to waters and the maintenance issue that the neighbor talked about of Firecracker Road, that they've been maintaining it.
Certainly. Good evening. For the record, James Ratliff, Transportation Review Section. With respect to the maintenance issue of Firecracker Drive, we did extensive research when this case first came in. Firecracker Drive is a split authority roadway, so there is a portion that is privately owned and maintained, and that is essentially just at and north of the gate area. South of that, it is a public right-of-way, and that is evident on Plat Book 109, page 260, as recorded in the official records of Hillsborough County. So it's clear, again, that was dedicated for public right-of-way, and the county will be maintaining that portion of the roadway in the future, you know, as needed. With regard to the access on Waters Avenue, from the original zoning, the original approved existing conditions always made it clear that that access was temporary. It was only there to permit the existing church use in its current form to remain. Now, the uses that they're currently proposing were not authorized, but if the church were to expand, it was always envisioned that that access would close and it would take shared access. Otherwise, frankly, the county would never have approved those homes because, again, we have to maintain access management on our collector and arterial corridors to make sure that we, aren't creating unsafe situations. That access does not meet spacing requirements, and it is not justified from the 60403I number of access points perspective, which is why it was originally approved to have the residential and that church parcel share that access, and why that beginning portion of the road was made a public roadway. With respect to the issue of the median opening in the turn lane length, we do recognize that turn lane length is substandard, which is why we asked the applicant as a part of the zoning action to get a design exception relative to that turn lane length. And so that was reviewed by the county engineer, who did find that request approvable based on all of the information for the reasons in that design exception report.
All right. Thank you for that.
Certainly.
All right. Appreciate it. All right. Mr. Grandoff, we will go back to you. You have 5 minutes for rebuttal.
First of all, I couldn't agree with Mr. Ratliff's professional findings and opinion. He's right on target on those traffic issues. Getting back to Brian's comment about clarification, do we want to put the word interim in paragraph 1 on page 11 of the report, which talks about the conditions?
That was the intent. Okay. Basically, we would acknowledge that it can remain and be used as a church interim until such time as redeveloped.
Okay, and I think that was Ms. Chapella's finding. Yeah. We just wanted to clarify that.
Yes, that's the intent.
Okay, perfect. The other issues, we have to have access somewhere. It's either Waters or it's going to have to be through Firecracker. As the county staff has found, the safer way to do it is through Firecracker, as we have shown on the site plan. What's important is the planning commission has found that we meet locational criteria, and I think that's an important finding under the comprehensive plan. And if we can bring up the aerial photograph just for a moment, I'd like to show on the buffering issue to the north. Tanya, can you bring up the aerial?
Sure. you want to continue and while you speak,
I'll try one from the staff report. Let's see if I can locate the one in the staff report. This will work. Okay.
sorry, I'm taking everybody's time.
And now it's coming back. Ms. Chabella, you don't need to bring that up. He's got it on the Elmo here.
Okay.
So just quit sharing
Sorry,
your screen. Yes.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay. Okay. Ms. Finch, the gate, here's the subdivision that's been speaking about the project. This portion is public right of way. When you get to the gate, it becomes private. And you can see the significant trees and buffering that will be between the property line as indicated by the site plan and this subdivision. This is the current church. You'll see on the site plan that the office building will replace the church in about that area. Here's Waters, and then here's the entrance. And let me check with our professional team and see if there's anything they wanted me to add. Just one moment. That's all we have this evening. We thank you for your attention.
Mr. Granoff, let me just make sure, just for the benefit of the people that spoke in opposition. So the arrow you pointed to and that significant treed area to the north on your property, correct?
Right.
That remains untouched as a part of this plan.
Here, let me pull up the site plan.
You can just use that arrow that you had.
Here you go.
Pretty large.
Malaya, why don't you explain that, Susan? Go, you can step up right. This is Malaya Storm with our planning staff.
All right.
State your
Yes,
name and
I'm-
address for the record.
Bowman Consulting, Malaya Storm, 1410 Northwest Shore Boulevard.
Thank you.
Yes, as you can see on this site plan, we do provide about 278 feet from the proposed or the existing property line to our building. We also accommodate that 80-foot building setback. The only requirement is the 20-foot landscape buffer, but we're providing all of this area in the rear as trees to remain.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that clarification. So did that conclude your rebuttal?
That concludes.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And
Absolutely.
again, just for the record, again, this will be heard at the January 13th, 2022 BOCC land use meeting at 9 a.m.
All right. Thank you. And with that, we'll close major modification 21-0884 and go to the next case.
Thank you, Mr. Grady.
Oh, you need to sign in.
The next item then is agenda item D3, major mod application 21-1090. The applicant's Booz Development and Jose Martinez. The request is for a major modification of existing plan development. Michelle Heinrich will provide staff presentation after recommendation by the staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
All right. Is the applicant here? Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Hearing Officer. Those are our makeshift dais. I will be brief this evening. This
Give
is
us your
a
name
I'm sorry.
to start. That's
Michael
okay.
Brooks, 400 North Tampa Street, Unit 1910, Tampa 33602.
Thank you.
Here on behalf of the applicant. I've been back there so long, I forgot how to do it. Anyways, I will keep this brief. This was a planned development that was approved early in the spring of this year. This is a modification to that planned development. It's a commercial project. We know Sumner Crossing. It's at the intersection of Baum Road and US 301. If you know the area, Belmont is on the west side of 301 there. Paseo El Mar with the flyover will be coming. It's under construction right now. And so this is on the northwest corner. The modification is fairly straightforward. The project is approved for 150,000 square feet of commercial as it is. The basic form of the project is, well, the form of the project is remaining the same. The most significant change is that the 150,000 square feet of commercial is being modified to 126,000 square feet of self-storage mini warehouse, and then 34,362 square feet of commercial general for 163,362. To a total increase of 10,000 square feet, 362. As I said, the configuration is staying the same. There is a flex that's being used in conjunction with this that is will allow the self-storage facility to be considered as an industrial use under the comprehensive plan. Ultimately, Balm Road, I think we all anticipated, and it is in the long-range plans. It just hasn't quite made it into the CIP. So all of this will be consistent with the future build-out of the intersection. There is a cap on trips as far as the conditions, the most significant one. The prior traffic analysis that was done by Michael Yates at Palm Traffic, who is in the audience with me this evening. So the total number of trips for this project will not change. They'll be capped at the AM peaks or roughly at the AM peak. There are significant design standards for the self-storage facility that have been added. Near paragraph full, there is an additional cross access that the developer is voluntarily agreeing to add at the eastern access point that will connect to a property that is now currently approved for and being used as a daycare that's between the shopping center site and the Sumner High School site. There's no changes being made to revisions to the height, to no variations in the buffer, no variations in the screening, etc. The project is currently in for construction plan review, together with a significant roadway improvements that were approved pursuant to a design exception that was part of the prior PD. Part of those roadway improvements include construction of a county CIP project for a sidewalk. All of this is really not part of this major mod, but it helps give you a flavor for what's exactly happening out there. I think further mitigates for the additional 10,000 square feet. So with that, I'll answer any questions. And
I don't
as
have
I said,
questions at
we've
this
got
time.
Michael Yates here if you've got any questions as well.
All right. Thank you. If you could please sign in. Development Services.
Hi, good evening, Ms. Finch. This is Michelle with Development Services. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. And hopefully you're able to see that, Ms. Finch.
I can.
Okay, great. Again, this is Michelle Heinrich with Development Services for Major Mod 211090. As you heard from Mr. Brooks, this is a modification to a recently approved PD 20-1270. Specifically, what's being requested is an increase in the maximum square footage from 150,000 to slightly over 160,000 square feet. And as part of that, they are limiting the square footage that would be allowed for CG uses and limiting the square footage that would be allowed for the self-storage mini warehouse uses. Also, as part of this modification, the applicants are committing to enhance building design for the self-storage uses. Also, you heard that this is a flex of the SMU6 future land use category, which is, I believe, located to the west. And this allows the self-storage to be classified as light industrial and then not subject to locational criteria. The site remains as previously in size, approximately 15 acres. It's located in the Riverview community and at the northeast corner of US Highway 301 and County Road 672. So presently, the site is in the Res 4 future land use category, and some of the property will be then covered by the SMU6 future land use category under the flex request. Both of these are suburban land use categories allowing residential and non-residential uses. In commercial uses in both Res 4 and SMU 6 are limited to a maximum FAR of 0.25. In the SMU 6 for the self-storage, which is considered light industrial, as you heard, that does increase to an FAR of 0.50. So taking that all into account when doing the flexing and the blending on the parcel, the maximum FAR that they could request is 0.376. As you heard Mr. Brooks describe, the area is rapidly developing with very commercial uses in all directions. Property to the north is vacant and is zoned AR. However, to the south and west and east, you do have commercial uses that are either planned or have not been developed yet. Again, this is an increase in square footage, and while it does allow that 0.376, with the additional square footage, the intensity will remain at a 0.25 FAR. There are no changes in the previously approved development standards, as you heard Mr. Brooks state, and that includes the 20-foot setback along the north and east, 30-foot setback along the south and west, the height restriction of 50 feet with the additional 2-to-1 setback along the north and east, the provision of a 20-foot wide buffer with type B screening along the north and east. There's no changes to the perimeter accesses or the northern cross-access step-out, but as Mr. Brooks stated, under this modification, they are providing an eastern cross-access step-out, which previously was not required. Based upon the Planning Commission staff's support of the flex and the fact that they are not going over the maximum FAR, the continued compatibility with the other surrounding properties, and no objections from reviewing agencies, we have found this approvable, subject to conditions, and I'm available if you have any questions.
Planning Commission.
Danica Mills, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located within the residential 4 future land use classification, the urban service area, and the Riverview, South Shore, and South Shore area-wide systems community planning areas. The subject site is designated residential 4 in the future land use map. The comprehensive plan limits commercial development that meets commercial locational criteria in this future land use designation to 150,000 square feet. The applicant has requested a flex as per policy 7.3 of the future land use element of the western adjacent future land use of SMU 6 and able to increase the total square footage to over 160,000 square feet. According to the justification, as per the applicant, a flex is requested because the site can be considered for up to a 0.50 FAR for light industrial uses. The applicant has stated that they meet the criteria for the flex because additionally, they are located within the urban service area and will be utilizing public facilities. The applicant has also demonstrated that the flex furthers other goals, objectives, and policies of the future land use element by agreeing to conditions that further the vision of commercial design component of the future land use element. Planning Commission staff have reviewed the flex request and concur with the applicant that they meet the justification criteria for the flex and advise that the BOCC approve the flex requests. The blending of densities and/or intensities is permitted for projects that encompass more than one land use category as per policy 8.8 of the future land use element. Planning Commission staff has determined that the proposed use is within the acceptable blended maximum FAR when looking at the residential 4 portion of the site along the flex SMU 6 portion of the site. The applicant is proposing to increase the square footage of the portion of the site that will be mini warehouse in the northeast portion of the subject site by approximately a little over 10,000 square feet. Objective 16, policy 16.1, 16.2, and 16.3. The applicant's request is consistent with those policies due to agreeing to meet architectural conditions. Planning Commission staff concurs that the proposed conditions meet the intent of Goal 17, Objective 17.1, Policy 17-1.2, that encourages unified commercial development projects and compatibility with the surrounding area through the use of coordinated site planning, a line of facade, continuous sidewalks, and a compatible scale of surrounding development. The proposed modification is also consistent with the Riverview Community Plan. The subject site is located within the Highway 301 Corridor District of Riverview Community Plan, which seeks to achieve better design and densities that are compatible with Riverview's vision by requiring non-residential development to avoid strip development patterns. And based on those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed major modifications consistent with the Future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan, subject to conditions as proposed by Development Services. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support of this application? Seeing no one, anyone in opposition? All right. County staff, Mr. Grady, anything else?
Nothing further.
All right, Mr. Brooks, you get the last word.
I'll just take 30 seconds. Thank you for your time this evening. I will tell you that we did not have any contact from any opposition or any surrounding property owners, neither in this petition nor in the prior petition. Went all the way through the process without any. With that, we thank you for your time.
Thank you. And with that, we'll close major modification 21-1090 and go to the next case.
Next item is item D4, rezoning PD 21-01092. The request is rezoning the planned development. Tanya Chavella will provide staff recommendation to presentation by the applicant.
All right. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
She was anxious to speak. Go ahead, Mr. Hudson.
Good evening, Madam Hearing Master. Tyler Hudson, 400 North Ashley Drive. If you wouldn't mind bringing up the PowerPoint. Thank you. Again, Tyler Hudson with the law firm Gardner Brewer. With me here this evening is Stan Bonilla, the Senior Vice President for Development of Safeguard Self-Storage, who is the applicant, as well as David Bell with Landmark, who is our civil engineer. The question, I think, in this application is, how do we reconcile the fact that we live in a place with abundant natural recreational opportunities with the stubborn fact that one of the means of utilizing those recreational opportunities, boats and RVs, are large and they're difficult to store, and storage opportunities for those are relatively scarce. The Planning Commission and Development Services staff in their staff reports maintain that it's really irreconcilable, this notion of having in an R4 area, an RV boat storage facility, even attendant to a self-storage facility. We do not agree with that. And as I'll show in this PowerPoint, we believe there's substantial justifications for why. Next slide. So while this project is captioned technically as a PD to PD, I think that's a little bit of a quirk of the intake. This is a modification to an existing PD, a relatively fresh one that was approved just over a year ago for about 54,000 square feet of self-storage. And as I mentioned, we are proposing the addition of a new use, which is open storage, albeit quite constrained based on the conditions of approval that we have put into the record. And that is the only change that's being proposed before you. Next slide. Just to orient and talk a bit about what Mr. Pella will talk about in a second, you're at the intersection of MLK going diagonally to the north in Kingsway Road. It's a bit of an odd shaped parcel, a bit like shaped like a 7. The improvement, the vertical improvement, the 54,000 square foot mini warehouse facility is on the northern side, and you can see the greenery to the south. That's generally speaking the area where we're proposing the enclosed, but not by buildings, but nonetheless enclosed area of RV boat storage. Next slide. Here's the development proposal. As you can see now, we have an approved site for the mini warehouse facility, which is under construction currently. We're proposing to the south on what's currently unimproved land, an RV and boat storage area. To the west of the site, there are single family homes, as are to the south, and I'll talk about those in a second. You'll see a retention pond to the west, and I think it's worth noting that from lot line going east across the stormwater pond into that first canopy for the RV and boat storage, it's about 80 feet. When we're also proposing to the south, some enhanced buffering to deal with the southern adjacency of residential use. Next slide. Now, to discuss some of the conditions of approval that we're talking about, what I think is most important is that we are proposing limiting the storage to boats and to vehicles. I'll talk a little bit more in a second about why I think that's important. We are also proposing, as a condition of approval, the installation of solar panels on the overarching canopies that the RVs and boats would be beneath. In other states where under state law you're allowed to put your energy back into the grid, this is a very common setup. It's not as common in Florida for that state regulatory preemption reason, but nonetheless, it's something that my client believes is important and is willing to commit to, not just as a fancy rendering in their lawyer's PowerPoint, but as an actual zoning condition of approval. And I would also note that there is an addition of some 30-foot type B screening to the south, which is phrased a little bit cumbersomely, and that's my fault. We're talking about the area that is to the south of the southernmost ingress-egress point. Next slide. To read the staff report from Development Services and Planning Commission, I think it would be to certainly presume, perhaps negatively, how this development might work, but it's for a development that isn't really what we're proposing. A lot of the concerns that are expressed in both the Planning Commission and Development Services staff reports, I think, deal with the theoretical consequences that would arise from the addition of all open storage uses on this piece of property. That's absolutely not what we're proposing. The definition of open storage under Article 12 of the Land Development Code is pretty expansive and includes items in the red box and in the green box. We are proposing only what is in that green box. One thing I would note here as well, this is maybe perhaps a little bit of a philosophical detour, but there's a difference, of course, between parking display area for example, a boat dealership and long-term storage of boats and RVs. But in terms of, for the latter two categories, display area and storage for RVs and boats, in the terms of how that's experienced by a neighbor or by a member of the public driving by, they're relatively similar. And I think it's noteworthy that outdoor display areas for RVs and boats is specifically excluded from the definition of open storage. And again, the items to the left that perhaps have greater compatibility concerns are items that we are not proposing to be included as a permissible item for this open storage area. Next slide. We do not have any objections from transportation or natural resources, which sometimes comes up in situations like this. We do have objections from Development Services and Planning Commission, which I think I've alluded to, and that I'm going to talk a little bit more about now. Next slide. The word compatibility comes up quite frequently in both of the staff reports, and a lot of that is for good reason because we're adjacent to 8 single-family homes. Next slide. I'd like to put into the record that we have, this is in the record, but I have a copy here as well. We have letters of support for this project from all 8 adjacent property owners, which is something that we're very proud of. We proactively went to those neighbors so they understand exactly what's being proposed and they support the project. Next slide. And the comprehensive plan is somewhat replete with policies that dance around the question of sustainability. I would imagine the next iteration of the comprehensive plan might be a little bit more direct. We do think it's noteworthy that this project is proposing something like solar panels as a condition of approval, that those must be installed. The building will not be LEED certified, but again, I do think it's noteworthy that we are proposing something that I think is consistent with the direction of this comprehensive plan, and certainly iterations to come. Next slide. Development Services alludes to the waivers that are required as a result of this application, not variations, but waivers. RV and boat storage is brought up very specifically in the code with respect to mini warehouse use under the performance standards section. There are 2 items that are noteworthy. First is the provision that the boat vehicle storage area not exceed 20% of the building square footage. The second provision is that the RV boat storage area be screened with buildings. Next slide, please. Here's an example of what that creates. It creates a bit of a fortress, as if the RV boats are being protected from something. This is what the literal application of the code creates. In our view, this doesn't create more compatibility. The use of buildings themselves as a means of buffering is somewhat unusual in the sense that it simply creates promote the creation of more intensive development. It eats up FAR, which is an issue. It eats up impervious surface, which I think could be an issue. But it also probably walks into the same compatibility questions that I think Planning Commission and Development Services staff would frankly probably have about anything that proposes RV and boat storage in a residential area. So we are not proposing what you see on screen. What we believe is that we're proposing something better, and that the natural buffering that we are providing, next slide, please, which is shown here, is a more appropriate and compatible way to do it. In the staff report, I think it's the Planning Commission staff report, mentions that compatibility doesn't mean, quote, the same as. And we agree with that. We think what you see on screen here, which is a render, is compatible with the existing pattern of development, which is residential. There's a somewhat industrial use across the street. And as we transition down Kingsway into more of a residential area, we're going from a building on the north side to a much less intense, really no vertical construction of a building at all to the south. And the increased buffering that we're adding is certainly an improvement over the existing condition that is there today, combined with the very significant buffering to the west, where the largest number of single family homes are. We think that all in all, the intent of the land development code section on RV boat storage, and certainly the intent of the comprehensive plan more broadly to promote compatibility, we think it is better achieved through this than with the literal strict application of the code. And with that, I appreciate your time and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Just a couple of questions. One is the area of the PD when it was previously approved, the area where you want to store the boats and the RVs, what was that shown as on the approved plan?
I think it was shown as unimproved.
Just an open area?
Yes, ma'am.
I see. All right. And I think that's the extent of my questions at the moment, but thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
If you please sign in. Does that complete your presentation?
It does, yes,
All
ma'am.
right, perfect. Development Services, please.
Tanya Chabella, Development Services. I'll be sharing my presentation. Right. Okay. My apologies for taking your time. So this application is for a major modification, which was actually submitted as a new plan development. So we realized about this after the fact, when the application was on file. So we decided to allow the applicant to keep the PD application instead of the major mod. But it's actually working as a modification of existing entitlements. Well, seems like today the PowerPoint and myself we're not really working together. Okay. I'll try to do my best. So go ahead.
All right, so go ahead and stop sharing completely. And click out of your PowerPoint, and then what you're going to do is kind of get back into your PowerPoint again restart the process, and then you're going to share again?
It is working. Thank you.
All right, let's full screen it. Just go down to, you can use that too. Okay, now we have it.
Thank you for your patience, everybody. So the existing zoning is PD 20-0118, which permits a total of 54,000 square feet of a self-storage facility pursuant to the development standards, which are part of this PD. The proposed zoning for this planned development is to allow an additional outdoor storage area for boats and RV parking pursuant to the development standards and the conditions. The site is within the RES 4 future land use category, which allows low residential densities, suburban commercial offices, and multi-purpose, and a maximum floor area ratio of 0.25 for non-residential development. Surrounding areas have similar future land uses. The subject site is located on the west side of South Kingsway Road, approximately 150 feet south of the intersection with Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. The surrounding area is residential, single-family developments on zone RSC4 and PD 810331 and RSC6. Commercial developments with CN and CG zoning districts exist in the area on the north side of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. There is also a parcel at 1706 South Kingsway Road, a parcel folio 64186 across Kingsway Road to the east, which is developed with light industrial uses. However, the parcel is on RSC6 and is therefore a non-conforming use. I couldn't find any records on an approval for a legal non-conforming use determination on that site. The applicant intends to expand the existing development to the south, adding an approximate area of 24,000 square feet of RV and boats and RV storage. That is just the canopy area. I'm not counting the internal circulation areas or any area outside of the proposed canopies. So we find the request is not supportable due to several reasons. Pretty much the future land use category RES 4 does not allow consideration for open storage. An exception is provided for Section 611-16 mini warehouse locational and design criteria, which provides for an allowance of boats and recreational vehicles, provided that the outdoor storage is limited to 20% of the development square footage of the enclosed portions of the facility, and that the storage area is internal to the project and screened by buildings, so as to ensure no portions of the storage area is visible from outside. So to address this, the applicant is requesting an alternative design consideration for the subject project. So the proposed boat an RV storage area does not comply with the above standards. The proposed storage area is approximately 24,000 square feet, distributed in 2 canopy areas. This area constitutes about 45% of the 54,000 square feet of total enclosed mini warehouse storage, exceeding 20% threshold by 25%. Furthermore, the storage area is not located internal to the mini warehouse facility, nor is proposed to be screened by the existing buildings. So the applicant's justifications for the relief from the 20% requirements is that the proposed design of the mini warehouse facility is not a traditional design, but rather a high-end, more compact structure that resembles an office building, which is 50,000 square feet in size. This leaves most of the site undeveloped. According to the applicant, the compact size of the facility under application of the 20% standard would allow for only 10,800 square foot storage area and would preclude any reasonable configuration of storage given the parking staff space, size, and circulation configuration. So with respect to compatibility and the requirement for the both RV storage to be screened by buildings, the applicant has proposed to restrict the open storage to vehicles and boats, an upgraded canopy design consisting in solar panel roof, a 20-foot buffer with 5 feet screening, and stormwater pond along the western boundary, and a 15 feet landscape buffer along Kingsway Avenue with an 8 feet tall fence along the western and eastern boundary of the storage area. Development Services staff has determined the proposed design of the boat and RV storage area does not meet or exceed the intent of the standards outlined in LDC section 61160. The 20% standard in the LDC establishes standards for consideration of boat and RV storage as an accessory use, and therefore is allowable in the RES 4 comprehensive plan future land use classification. Notwithstanding the specific design characteristics of the mini warehouse facility, as noted by the applicant, the storage area constitutes, as I said before, 45% of the total enclosed area, exceeding the threshold, the maximum threshold, and does not appear to be functionally accessory to the mini warehouse facility given the size, location, and design of the storage facility, which includes proposed second access to Kingsway Road and a significant addition to the development area for the mini warehouse facility to the south. With respect to screening, while the proposed 8-foot wall and landscaping and canopy design provides for an enhanced design for the storage area, the proposal does not provide for complete screening from public view of the storage area and therefore does not meet the intent of the LDC. The canopy structures exceed by 10 feet the fence height, and there is a short distance between the canopy area and the front fence. The proposed screening will not completely shield the canopy structure, nor the recreational vehicle from off-site views. Finally, a principal standalone open storage use is not comparable to the mini warehouse use approved by the PD and raises compatibility concerns with the surrounding area. The principal standalone use is allowed in the CI and M zoning districts, and the PDs that allow similar zoning district uses. The properties to the west, south, east, and east of the site are zoned single-family residential, and there are no commercial zone properties in the surrounding area along the south side of MLK Junior Boulevard. So there is an existing warehouse development across South Kingsway Road to the east. As I said, this development is non-conforming to the allowed uses in the RC6 zoning district. And the development along MLK Junior Boulevard are approved for CG or CN uses only. There are no nearby industrial, light industrial, CI or M zone properties. Based on the above considerations, staff finds the request is not supportable.
Mr. Pello, let me just ask you a quick question just to clarify for the record. So they could, the LDC, the Land Development Code permits RV and boat open storage at a certain maximum percentage. You said 20%, I believe, provided they meet the design criteria and so forth. Is that correct?
Yes, it is correct.
Okay, so it would be allowed. They're just asking to exceed that provision and not meet some of the screening and design standards. Is that
The visibility, yes. So one thing is the amount of the accessory use to be considered accessory and not principal. And the second is the condition, that is the visibility. So it is supposed to be not visible at all from any place, from the street or the surrounding properties.
all right? Understood. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. All right, let's go to the Planning Commission.
Unica Mills Planning Commission staff, the subject property is located within the residential 4 future land use classification, the urban service area, and the Sefton Mango Community Planning Area. The request does not meet the intent of policy 1.4 with respect to compatibility with the surrounding area. According to policy 1.4, compatibility is defined as characteristics of different uses or activities or design which allow them to be located near or adjacent to each other in harmony. Some elements affecting compatibility include height, scale, mass, bulk of structures, pedestrian or vehicular traffic, circulation, access and parking impacts. Open storage is a commercial intensive use, and the applicant will place the use toward the southern portion of the site, which is adjacent to residential uses, and CI uses were not originally approved for the southern portion in the original plan development. The proposal does not meet the intent of neighborhood protection policies in Objective 16 and Policy 16.1, 16.2. Policy 16.1 requires development in residential areas to be limited to neighborhood scale, and open storage is a commercial intensive use that is noted for its intensity and scale. The increase in the open storage to the south also encroaches on development pattern that is predominantly residential and does not meet policy 16.2, which requires gradual transitions in uses between unlike lane uses and the integration of surrounding lane uses in policy 16.3. Policy 17.7 of the future land use element also requires the mitigation of adverse impacts of development on surrounding properties, and the applicant is requesting waivers to 2 of the measures that contribute to the mitigation and undermine the intent of neighborhood protection policies. The proposed plan development is also inconsistent with the language adopted within the Sefton Mango Community Plan. Goal 2 and Goal 3 discourages commercial development from encroaching on residential areas south of MLK Boulevard. And based on those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development inconsistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak in support? Anyone in favor? Seeing no one, anyone in opposition to this request? Seeing no one. All right. Development Services, Mr. Grady, anything else?
Nothing further.
All right, Mr. Hudson, you have 5 minutes for rebuttal.
Thank you, Bam. Tyler Hudson for the record. Let's clean up a couple things. Mr. Pella mentioned in her staff report that the addition of the condition of approval regarding the type B buffer was 20 feet. For the record, it is 30 feet. That's the southern condition of approval. I think we're all on the same page there. And just to clarify, the conditions of approval have been filed through zoning intake, but also with the clerk here as well. On there's a tension a little bit here between the addition of this open storage use and this waiver that we find ourselves walking into, the 20% and the screening. If we were to add the use of only old broken refrigerators, there would be no waiver at all. We would simply be adding open storage as a new use to an existing PD. And those criteria about the 20% limitation and the surrounded by buildings wouldn't apply, because that only applies in situations where boats, RVs, and the leasing of moving trucks is being proposed in connection with the self-storage development. But by limiting the universe of open storage items down to RVs and to boats, we find ourselves sort of walking right into that waiver. And so I think it's important to note that we are proposing the addition of open storage. We are limiting that in the zoning conditions of approval to an extremely specific subset of uses and of storage items. And we are further proposing the enclosure of that area through means that we believe will render this invisible from driving by. And I think it's shown in the renderings and on the height of the canopies that we're proposing, that this will not be visible to the public. And we believe that it is a better enclosure to have this canopy and the buffering and the sort of the green enclosures as opposed to just walling this off from buildings. I think that's very important to note, that we believe that we are meeting the intent of that provision better than you would through just the simple rote application. I see your question coming.
I do have a question. Sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
And I don't want to leave this point. That's why I apologize for interrupting. When you say the word enclosure, you're not actually talking about enclosing these buildings. You're screening them from view with vegetation or your detention pond or something like that. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. That's exactly right. The RVs and boats that are going to be on premises are going to be screened through a sort of a vertical wall, and there will be a canopy over that, but they will not be integrated 3 walls and a roof to make them a building. They are disconnected in that respect, but nonetheless still provide the type of buffering and screening that we understand why the code requires, in which we believe that we're providing in excess to create the type of compatibility that the comp plan is replete with provisions requiring.
How many spaces are proposed in that 24,000 square feet of area, approximately?
28.
28. So
28
people are,
berths, we'll call them.
okay, what, they're just larger to accommodate a boat or a RV or something like
Yes,
that?
ma'am.
Okay. And so that's roughly, I guess you are more than half over what the land development code would provide for in that 20% of accessory.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And I would note that, again, these aren't waivers in the sense of, like a Tampa land development code of variance are. There's no need for us to show a hardship. I do think it's relevant context, though, that given the shape of the site and how narrowly tapered down the southern portion is relative to the triangular piece to the north where the self-storage improvement was proposed, it would probably be functionally impossible to meet the 20% requirement and have the buffering provided by buildings and have a way to get out. You'd get your boat in, but you'd never get it out. And that's, I think, bears consideration here, that's another reason why the buffering through buildings, we believe, is such an inappropriate way to screen stored RVs and boats from the public view when a much better alternative variation like what we're proposing exactly here this evening is available.
Does the self-storage have any connection to the open storage you're proposing?
Yes, ma'am. It's 100% the same company. The leasing of the spaces would be integrated. It's the same offering from the same company.
So it could meet, theoretically, you could meet that land development code provision of the 20% because it could be accessory and associated with that approved self-storage use. In theory, you're just asking for a larger facility with different screening.
Yes, ma'am. I mean, I want to be careful to say in theory. I mean, I think that the land area, since it's based on which is somewhat peculiar, it's based on the building area, not the land area that the building is on. It's such a small area of land that it would be about 10,000 square feet of area that we think that combined with the fact that you have to have the buffering would make it very difficult. But I think theoretically, is it possible? I think probably so.
All right, thank you. That was the end of my questions. You can continue your rebuttal if you'd like.
We're at the home stretch. On the final note that was made in the Planning Commission comments about this opposing encroachments, the Sefner Mango Community Plan is quite short and quite light on details in terms of what its goals mean. They're written in language that's fairly quite vague. It's our belief that this does not constitute an encroachment at all. Literally across the street, you have a fairly large warehouse building. What we're proposing is an improvement to the existing conditions. The landscaping is going to be enhanced significantly compared to what's there today. We believe that the intensity of just simply having RVs, simply having boats there That's not unlike things that some people have in their own neighborhood. What this does is allow us to address what we believe is a significantly underserved market, to put the RVs and boats on site in a way that they're screened from public view, and in a way that's significantly buffered from the residential uses to the west and to the south. And I would note that we hear a lot about theoretical concerns about compatibility and things like that. I do believe it's worth noting that the neighbors, the people who are actually affected by this most directly, all support the application, and there has been no opposition that we're aware of, and certainly none that materialized tonight. With that, appreciate your patience and thank you for your time.
Thank you. I appreciate it. We'll close rezoning PD 21-1092 and go to the next case.
The next item is agenda item D5, major mod application 21-1196. The Athens Agency for Community Treatment Services Incorporated. The request is for a major modification of the existing plan development. Tanya Chabella will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
All right. The applicant here. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Hearing Officer. My name is Brian Ungst, McFarlane Ferguson McMullen, 201 North Franklin Street, on behalf of the applicant Agency for Community Treatment Services Incorporated, which is a not-for-profit mental health and behavioral health licensed provider. They provide both outpatient and residential facilities for the youth community, homeless community, veterans, and people who are suffering from substance abuse and other mental and behavioral health issues. This particular request is to modify a current PD zoning, PD 080970. The modification, while under the major modification category, is quite minor. Currently, the zoning allows for a 17-bed community residential facility type C. What we're proposing is to modify the PD to allow for both a 20-bed residential facility type C or a professional residential facility type C. In any situation, the entire amount of beds is limited to 20. So we're increasing the total number of beds by 3. And we're just including additional potential definitions for the professional residential facility type C as laid out in the staff report. Community residential facility and professional residential facility have very similar definitions, but professional residential facility includes the provision of medications, which we actually do already through a medical director. So it's a more appropriate definition for potentially what is actually happening already. I'd like to point out there are absolutely no site layout modifications or modifications to the existing building. We are asking to apply some standards for the RMC 20 district, which do require one PD variation to the perimeter buffer adjacent to 131st Avenue to allow for a 4.6 foot off-street parking perimeter where an 8-foot perimeter is required. Again, that's existing, but right now we have the CN development lot standards and we're going to the RMC 20 standards. We don't have any public opposition that I'm aware of. We did receive 2 phone calls from folks who received notice. The first gentleman indicated he was supportive when we explained the project to him, and we left a detailed voicemail for the second person, and we never received a call back. So hopefully that means we answered their questions. We have been found to be consistent by the Planning Commission. Development Services is recommending approval. And just in terms of compatibility, again, this is an existing facility. And the surrounding uses include a fire station, a lumber yard, a multifamily development that's also RMC 20, and a mini warehouse self-storage. So again, hopefully we've provided sufficient competent substantial evidence through our application, incorporate the application narratives, all of our submittals, resubmittals, and the staff report into our presentation, and happy to answer any questions you have.
I don't. You answered my questions, but thank you. If you could please sign in. All right. Development Services, please.
Tanya Chabella, Development Services. I hope this time I can share my screen in a better way. So the applicant seeks to rezone a property. Okay. So sorry, the major modification, we're talking about major modification 211196. So this is a 0.93 acres in size property. There is an existing zoning PD 080970. Is in the university plan area in the urban service area. The future land use is light industrial, but it was flexed to residential 20, which allows up to 20 dwelling units per acre and a maximum FAR of 0.75. The surrounding areas, the zoning districts to the east are approved for residential uses. The areas to the west consist of commercial, general, and manufacturing zoning. General area today consists of commercial and manufacturing uses and multifamily residential development. The request is pretty simple. They're adding 3 residents to an existing community residential home type C, and they're trying again to get a new use under the Land Development Code, which is a professional residential facility, which is the same thing as a recovery home. And again, they're adding 3 residents. They just needed to get a variation to the off-street vehicular use areas to allow a 4.5 feet perimeter buffer. That's the parking area pretty much, where an 8 feet buffer is required. They also need to address the situation where there is a section of the right-of-way that might be taken due to the conservation, the preservation corridor, and in the conditions, we're approving the project with conditions. The corridor preservation plan is included in the conditions, so they have to preserve the right of way. And then there is a minimum of 55 feet of right of way that has to be preserved south of the existing right of way center line. And this concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
No questions. Planning Commission, please.
Unica Mills Planning Commission staff, the subject property is located within the light industrial future land use classification, the urban service area, and the university area community plan. The subject property is located within the LI future land use classification, which does not permit residential dwellings. The applicant is requesting a flex of the residential 20, which would permit up to 20 dwelling units per gross acre. The applicant is asking for an increase in 3 beds for a community residential home, which is well below the maximum that can be considered. The request meets policy 7.3, which deals with flex. The applicant has provided a written justification for meeting the flex criteria listed in policy 7.4. The applicant has stated that the proposed development currently operates with 17 beds and is requesting an increase to 20. This small increase will minimally increase the burden on public facilities, which will be available in adequate public facilities to serve the proposed development. The proposed development is compatible with the surrounding RMC 20 zoning district. The development pattern along East 131st Avenue consists predominantly of multifamily residential dwellings, public institutional, public utilities, light industrial, and heavy commercial uses. Per policy 17.1, residential support uses must be compatible with the surrounding land development pattern and zoning per the design, intensity, and scale. A type C recovery home qualifies as a residential support use. The support use is allowed in the requested flex of the residential 20 land use category and is compatible with the surrounding development pattern. Based upon the compatibility of the requests with the surrounding development pattern and meeting the requirements of policy 7.3 and 7.4, Planning Commission staff recommends the board approve the flex requests. And based on those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed request consistent with the future Hillsborough comprehensive plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak either in favor or in opposition to this request? Seeing no one, county staff, anything else?
Nothing further.
All right. Sir, you have 5 minutes if you need it. All right. No questions. Thank you. Then we'll close major modification 21-1196 and go to the next case.
The next item is agenda item D6, rezoning PD 21-1235. The request is rezoned from C into plan development. Michelle Heinrich will provide staff recommendation after presentation by the applicant.
Is the applicant here? Good evening.
My name is Michael Hoffman. 2651 Narnia Way, Unit 102, Land O'Lakes, Florida, Advanced Engineering Consultants. I am here as the applicant for my client who likes to renovate old hotels into studio apartments. So the primary purpose here is to go from commercial neighborhood to a PD so that it would enable him to have apartment units both in the first floor and second floor. That's the main objective here. He is going for 178 units. The density would be 41.7 dwelling units per gross acreage. Units will be an efficiency studio type. There would be no commercial aspect. We're not going to have any restaurants or other commercial things on site. The existing buildings are two-story buildings. The one building, which houses some of the existing hotel type of common areas and activities, would be converted. Some of those areas would be converted into apartment units as well. The one variance that we are seeking is to allow for type A screening on all landscape buffers and reduce buffer widths to match the existing site. Fundamentally, we're really not changing anything from the current layout. Let's put this here. I don't know if that's visible. Okay, so north is in that direction. This is the perimeter of the property. And basically we want, you're suggesting screen A, type A screening. There isn't enough width. This is all existing parking area. There's not enough width to try to satisfy the 20-foot buffer requirements. And that's why we ask for the variance.
Are you modifying the building at all on the exterior?
No,
I mean, the footprint of the building, I understand you're
we're not adding footprint. Pretty much the parking's the same. We are adding an island here, a parking island here to satisfy the flow of traffic, but that's within the property. I'd like to point out that that based on the transportation, the apartments would be less intense than the current usage. And we are relying on two density bonus approaches, a residential infill, which we meet all the requirements as noted in our application, and also a gray water system where we use gray water to give us up to 35% more units, but we're not using that full capacity. That statute would allow for up to 35% more units. We're only using 19%.
Let me ask you that since you addressed it. I note the zoning condition that requires the manual for the gray water system be provided to the tenants and so forth. Is the building under single ownership?
Yes.
So someone can assure that that is provided to all of the tenants.
Right. And our plan indicates where these different gray water tanks and systems.
I see. Okay.
And we don't have to use the 100%. We could try a lesser amount, but we decide we're going to do all gray water.
I see. Okay.
Just easier. Okay.
All right. Does that conclude your presentation?
There isn't too much else to report. That was the main variance that I wanted to address, and with the screening, and everything else is in the record.
All right. Thank you so much. If you could please sign in with the clerk's office.
Thank you. Thank you.
Development Services.
Hi, good evening, Ms. Finch. Ms. Heinrich, Development Services. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. And please stop me if this isn't showing up for you.
I do see it.
Okay, great. So as you heard, this is application 21-1235. It is a request to rezone the property from CN to PD to allow for 178 multifamily units. It is currently in the OC20 future land use category, and there are two bonuses that are being applied on top of that 20 unit per acre maximum. The first one being the residential infill density bonus, and the second one provided by Florida statutes, which was recently adopted this past summer. Also, as you heard, that the application does involve PD variation requests for buffering and screening along the northwest and east. The site is currently developed, as you saw Mr. Hoffman state, with a motel use. It is a little over 4 acres in size. It is located in the greater Carrollwood Northdale community on the north side of Beers Avenue, west of 275. Again, it is located in the OC20 future land use category, which is an urban land use category. It does allow for residential uses at a maximum of 20 units per acre, which would give them 85 units. When applying the residential infill density bonus, they can then go to 35 units per acre, which would bring it up to 149 units. And then lastly, when applying the gray water density bonus, which is the recent Florida state statute, that provides them with an additional 35%, which could give them a maximum of 201 units. But as you heard Mr. Hoffman state, they are not seeking that full amount. The area is a primarily commercial area with commercial uses to their west, east, and on the south side of Beerus. To the north of the property is FDOT owned property used for stormwater. So while it is AR, it is used for government and is considered a commercial type use. Again, as you see here on the on the site plan, a maximum of 178 units is proposed, which is in compliance with the future land use category and density bonuses. They are seeking to utilize the existing building, so those setbacks have been recognized in the conditions of approval, and also the existing height, which is recognized in the conditions. As you heard Mr. Hoffman state, as they change uses, it does trigger the requirement of buffering and screening on their site, even though they are not the more intense use. So given that a 20-foot buffer with type B screening is what's required along the north, east, and west, and what they are seeking to do is allow a 5-foot buffer along the north and 0 along each side. And then within all of those buffers, provide type A screening. And as you heard the applicant state, and it's in their application, the remodeling or reuse of the property is what's basically triggering the requirement for the buffering and screening. And they are limited in area to provide a buffer with that large or the required buffer width for landscaping. If they did remove any of that pavement or parking area, it would create a parking deficiency, so that it would be one or the other that's required, and their choice is to provide the required number of parking. But again, they are providing the fence, which they can provide given the existing improvements on the site. Given that the proposed number of units is in keeping with the future land use category and density bonuses, that no compatibility issues have been identified, that the applicant is in agreement with the conditions requiring compliance with many of the items noted in the Florida state statute. And lastly, no objections from reviewing agencies. We do find this approvable subject to conditions. And I also wanted to note that at the time of our filing for our staff report, school board comments were not available. However, they are available now in optics, and their comments state that the area schools are at or under capacity. And I'm available for any questions.
No, thank you. I don't have any questions. Planning Commission, please.
Good Mills Planning Commission staff, the subject property is located within the Office Commercial 20 Future Land Use Classification, the Urban Service Area, in the Greater Carrollwood Northdale Community Planning Area. The subject site, again, is located in OC 20 Future Land Use category and is surrounded by light commercial uses. There are single-family residential uses located further south on Beers Avenue. The proposed development is adaptively reusing an existing hotel for urban level multifamily uses and is compatible with the intensity of the surrounding area. The proposal meets compatibility requirements of Objective 16, Policy 16.2, 16.3, 16.8 of the future land use element. The applicant wishes to utilize Policy 23.5, density bonus for infill development, to utilize the next higher plan category density, which would be residential 35. Planning Commission staff has reviewed the request and concurs that the proposed development meets the intent of Policy 23.5 for a density bonus. The subject site is within the urban service area and is located along an arterial road, Beers Avenue. The subject site is currently operating as a commercial use and is in an area where there is a trend towards strip commercial development. The subject site is also located 133 feet from an arterial 133 feet from the arterial roadway of Beers Avenue, which is well within the 660-foot requirement. The request is consistent as well with the Greater Carrollwood Northdale Community Plan, which seeks to establish sustainable walkable community activity centers. The accompanying strategies of Goal 1 indicates a desire for walkable neighborhoods within a walkable distance of town centers and transit-oriented development. The subject site is located west of North Florida Avenue, where transit infrastructure currently exists. And based on those provisions, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning consistent with the Future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan, subject to conditions proposed by Development Services. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone in the room or online that would like to speak either in favor or against this application? Seeing no one, county staff, anything else?
Nothing further.
All right, the applicant, you can have the last word if you like, or we'll just close. All right. Then with that, you're welcome. We'll close rezoning 21-1235 and go to the next case.
The next item is agenda item D7, rezoning PD 21-1341. The app is Ebola Capital LLC. The request is to rezone from RSC 6MH and CG to a planned development. Sam Ball will provide staff a recommendation at the presentation by the applicant. Madam Hearing Officer, just a house cleaning note. This project has a related comprehensive plan amendment that's going forward, and the board directed that this rezoning item be heard concurrently with the public hearing that the BCC will have on the comp plan amendment. The report indicated that public hearing was going to be in February, I believe, 17th. We've been informed that that's being moved to March 10th. So I just want to note for the record that the item on this zoning item will be heard concurrently at that March 10th BOCC land use meeting at 6 p.m. So it will not be heard at normally, which would be at the regular land use meeting, but it'll be heard at the comp plan public hearing, which will be March 10th at 6 p.m.
But my recommendation will still be filed by the 6th.
Yeah, you do not have to change your filing deadlines because, again, it falls much further past where your deadlines are. Yep.
All right, thank you for that. Good evening. We'll hear from the applicant.
I would like to swear if you I have not sworn.
You haven't been sworn in? Absolutely. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
All right. So, good evening, respected zoning hearing master. My name is JD Al Sabah, and I'm with Sycamore Engineering, 8370 West Hillsborough Avenue, Suite 205, Tampa, Florida 33615, and I have already sworn. I am representing the applicant, Ebola Capital LLC. I have with me Michael Yates. He is Palm Traffic and Transportation Consultant to this project. The proposed development is request for PD development request for 13.41 acre property located in the southwest quadrant of State Road 60 and Mullinan Road. We can show, yes.
Sir, I We typically, if I can interrupt, we typically don't allow a presentation from a tablet or a phone. But because these are documents that are in the staff report, is that your plan, is to only show?
And I have a copy exactly of those exhibits.
All right. Well, then if you don't mind, just to be clear, could you just show those on the overhead instead?
I did, it's the same in the iPad, the same way,
All
the
right,
same
and you can
exactly.
submit those into the record.
That's exactly, just to make it easy
All right.
or make it clear.
Thank
That's
you,
it.
sir. I appreciate it.
So of course, the property consists of 4 partial. It's bordered by State Road 60 on the north, Mullen Road on the east, Railroad right-of-way on the south, and auto salvage yard at the west. The property have existing zoning of CG and RSC 6. The existing future land use is R4 and R9. Of course, with request to comprehensive land use amendment CPA 21-19 to R20 density. And as mentioned by Mr. Grady, this here have been approved by the Planning Commissioner on October 4th and going, of course, to the BOCC. This is another exhibit show the existing land use. This is, of course, vacant land with 2 single family and, of course, multi-family across on the other side of a railroad. Future land use with the 2 R4 or R9 as we have. And this is a future adapted land use as we see, if adapted, of course, in March. So our request to rezone to PD for 340 unit multifamily, we are asking for density bonus based on the Planning Commission policy 23.5, which allow us for, if it's infill partial as we have here, which is border on the south side of Railroad, in the north side with Arterial Road, which is State Road 60, and the east side with Local Road, which is Milvernon Road. That's one of the reasons for the request for the bonus. In addition, we are on commercial corridor, as you see. So we have in the intersection here, we have existing gas station, office park, in addition to multi-retail in the northeast corner, plus existing vacant commercial for the future development. Further west, there is commercial and warehouses, plus another gas station existed there. So it's very a busy commercial area and able to develop as commercial. And that's one of the reasons for the requirement for the 23.5 policy. In addition, the third item is it being in high density residential as we have here. So on the east side of Mulvernon here, we have the mobile home park, which is 900 plus unit. On the other side of the railroad, we have close to 400 unit apartment, 200 something townhome. On the other side, 200 something townhome. And within a quarter or 1/3 a quarter mile, we have several single family subdivision with 100 plus unit existed in the area. So we are a high density residential with that one of the requirement in the 23.5 policy. So we requested the policy is going from R20 to the next higher, which is 35 unit per acre. This does not apply in the whole property, only apply on part of it, with 600 feet from the arterial road, or 600 feet, 660 from arterial road, and 660 from the local road. So overall, the hatch area is the area we're able to have a density. We have about 8.26 acre for that area. Multiply by 35, it gives us about 289 units. The rest of the site, 5.15 acre, multiplied by 20, give 103 unit. So overall allowed 392 unit. However, our request is for 340 unit. So 340 unit on 13.41 acre, it gives us density of 25.35 unit per acre, which is that's the real density, and not 35 as the bonus allowed, not 35 unit per acre. So our proposed site plan, as you see, we are not asking for any variance on section 6.06 or 6.07 for the landscape or fence or wall. In fact, with 6.0604 policy, it requires us to have 30-foot buffer on State Road 60, and we're going to provide it. And we have a little correction on the site plan, which we're going to correct it and submit it in the certified site plan. We're proposing 2 access, 1 access on State Road 60, which approved by DOT, of course, and it's right in, right out. We're going to propose improvement with eastbound right turn lane to that access also. Cross access with the western partial, pedestrian or motorist. In addition, we're going to provide a sidewalk across the whole frontage of State Road 60, not only our property, all the way from intersection to the end of our property. We're going to have a pedestrian cross access with the corner property also. On Mulligan Road, we're going to provide 11-foot multi-purpose lane, which is utilized for bike and pedestrian in lieu of TS4 and TS7, a typical roadway section. We requested variance from the county engineer who found it approvable request our variance. Of course, this here, as shown, is segment A and segment B. Segment A, which is in front of the existing, office park, and segment B will be in front of our site, or the frontage of boundary of our site. In summary, we are requesting rezoning to PD with 340 unit multifamily with proposed density of 25.35 unit. The trip generated by this development is 1850 trip, which is 63% reduction of the 5105 trip on the existing use if it can be used for commercial. And that part of the staff report. So in addition, we're going to provide improvement as we discussed it earlier. So the staff overall found it consistent with the existing use to the area, what we propose, and have a lighter development impact to the area also. We have reviewed the staff report and we are in agreement with and look forward to answer any question.
I just have one. I just want to make sure I understood.
Sure.
Are you no longer asking for the variation to reduce the street frontage buffer?
That is exactly correct.
Okay, so the staff report says 30 feet to 10 feet, but I heard 30 feet to 35 feet. Is that correct?
No, I'm can I keep it?
You're
30
increasing
foot?
it.
That is correct. No longer we asking for the variance. Okay. I think it's one of the things in the staff report in the first page. It might be we take it off.
I see. Okay, so there are no requested variations or waivers.
That is exactly correct, except the waiver for the road, which is that design exception. That's exactly correct.
Okay, thank you so much. That was my only question.
Certainly, thank
If
you.
you could please sign in with the clerk's office. All right, development services.
Okay. Good evening, Sam Ball, Development Services. Can you see my PowerPoint presentation?
Yes, I can.
Oh, great, fantastic. Okay. Okay, so the subject parcel covers approximately 13.41 acres and is located in the urban service area at the southwest corner of State Road 60 and South Mulroney Road intersection. The property is located within the Valrico Community Plan area and is also within the suburban sector of this State Road 60 overlay district. The applicant is requesting to rezone from RSC 6, a mobile home and commercial general, to planned development in order to develop the site into a 340-unit multifamily community. The property associated with PD 211341 has future land use designations of residential 4 and residential 9. The developer is in the process of concurrently changing the future land use designations to residential 20 through comprehensive plan amendment CPA 2119. The residential 20 category permits residential densities up to a maximum of 20 units per acre. If CPA 21 is approved, the developer will use a residential density bonus for infill development in order to achieve the proposed 25.35 dwelling units per acre. Nearby future land use categories include residential 4, residential 6, residential 9, heavy industrial, and office commercial 20. The surrounding zoning and development pattern consists of a mix of residential, commercial, office, and industrial uses, with an auto repair and salvage business to the west, a mobile home park and gas station with convenience store to the east, single and multifamily across the railroad to the south, and residential and commercial to the north. The auto repair and salvage use to the west is in a manufacturing zoning district that allows a 0.75 floor area ratio. It will be separated from the apartment buildings with a 20-foot setback and a 10-foot type A buffer. To the south, the PDE allows 15 dwellings per acre, and the RSC 6 mobile home properties are allowed 6 dwellings per acre. The properties to the south are also separated from the property by a 100-foot railroad right-of-way, and a 10-foot rear setback will be required from the southern property line. To the east and across the 50 to 55-foot south Mulrennan right-of-way, the 132-acre mobile home community is designated planned development mixed use and is allowed to have 902 mobile home or RV spaces, which comes to a density of 6.83 dwellings per acre. The AS1 property to the north of the mobile home park is allowed to have 1 dwelling per acre, and the property at the southeast corner, Mulrennan Road and State Road 60, is zone C1 and is allowed to have a 0.3 floor area ratio. To the north, State Road 60 right-of-way is 182 feet wide. The properties to the north are zoned commercial general, commercial intensive, which allow 0.27 and a 0.30 floor area ratio, and an RSC 6 mobile home property that is allowed 6 dwelling units per acre. State Road 60 is also required to have a 30-foot landscape buffer from the right-of-way as a part of the overlay requirements. The properties abutting the northeast corner of the property are zoned commercial general and RSC 6 mobile home, and we'll also we'll have a 5-foot minimum building setback for all structures. As proposed, the project will be built out with 340 multifamily dwelling units at a density approximately 25.35 dwellings per acre. The property is surrounded by right-of-way for the majority of 3 sides and will be set back from the auto salvage and repair business. The remaining property bounded by a 20-foot minimum setback and a 10-foot type A buffer. A 5-foot setback will also be required from the adjoining properties to the northeast of the development. The conditions of approval include limiting the site to 340 multifamily units, landscaping and buffering requirements, transportation improvements, and connectivity improvements. Specific standards are being conditioned for setbacks, height, and lot coverage based on the potential impacts to the neighboring properties. Based on the residential 20 future land use classification, the surrounding zoning development pattern, and the proposed uses and development standards for the planned development zoning district, staff finds the request approvable subject to conditions. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
No questions at this time, but thank you so much. Planning Commission, please.
Unica Mills Planning Commission staff, the subject property is located within the residential 4 and residential 9 future land use classifications. Again, as stated previously, there is a concurrent comprehensive plan amendment to residential 20. The site is located within the urban service area. The comprehensive plan amendment, again, was approved by the Planning Commission at the October 4th hearing and will go before the BOCC in March. The request is consistent with objective 1 of the future land use element, which states that 80% of the growth of the county is to be within the urban service area. The proposed development meets the intent of neighborhood protection policies, objective 16, 16.2, and 16.3, require the use of site planning techniques and gradual transitions of uses and intensities. The proposed high-density residential development provides an appropriate transition from the commercial uses located east of the site and the medium-density residential to the west of the site. The proposed development also meets the intent of policy 16.8, 16.10 as comparable densities in various housing types already exist in the surrounding area. The proposed development also has the potential to be well-served with existing commercial uses in the area. The proposed rezoning also meets the intent of policy 16.13 that encourages medium and high-density residential development to locate along collector and arterial roadways. The applicant requests to utilize policy 23.5 density bonus for infill development to utilize the next higher plan category. Planning Commission staff has reviewed the request and concur that it meets the criteria of policy 23.5 to receive the bonus and advises that the board grant the applicant the residential application, the residential infill bonus. The subject site is within the urban service area and located along State Road 60, which is an arterial road, and Mo Renan Road, which is a collector. There is trends towards strip commercialization in the area as numerous heavy and light commercial uses as well as heavy industrial uses are located alongside residential uses along State Road 60. And based on those considerations, Planning Commission staff found the proposed rezoning consistent with the Future Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan, subject to conditions proposed by Development Services, as well as subject to the adoption of CPA 2119 of the Board of County Commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to speak either in support or in opposition to this request? Seeing no one. County staff, anything else?
Nothing further.
Sir, you have 5 minutes if you choose, so you don't have to take it. All right, thank you. Then with that, we'll close rezoning 21-1341. And we have one case from earlier in the evening where the applicant was not present.
We've not been able to get in touch with the applicant, so I think we'll need to continue that item C2. It's agenda item C2, rezoning standard 22-0025. We'll need to continue that to the January 18th, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing.
All right, January 18th. All right, so rezoning 22-0025 has been continued to the January 18th, 2021 zoning hearing master hearing at 6 p.m.
22.
22, I cannot get that, sorry. And we will adjourn tonight's hearing. Thank you so much for your time and testimony.